Cubaan suara. Cubaan suara. Pelajar yang baru sampai boleh penuhkan kiri Dewan ataupun kanan saya terlebih dahulu. Satu.
Sampai dekat macam
Perhatian kepada semua pelajar, sila penuhkan bahagian belah kanan dahulu. Yang baru masuk boleh penuhkan belah kanan. Yang dah makan boleh buang sampah dekat sebelah ni, dekat tangga. Dan kalau siapa yang nak air, air dah ada kat atas, boleh ambil.
Ya ilahi Rabbi bijah
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekejap lagi pihak daripada
Tes 1 2 cubaan 1 2. Tes 1 cubaan 1 2. Tes cubaan 1 2. Okey. Okey. Tes cubaan 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will start shortly. Please stand up. Your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you. Dia akan try nampakkan kat kita. VIP dah ada kan. So ada satu seorang. Announcing the arrival of Dr. Nur Hazila Ismail, Head of Study Center, Faculty of Business and Management, accompanied by Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad, Director of Enforcement, Securities Commission Malaysia, and all the team members. Please remain standing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us sing the national song Negaraku, Bangsa Johor and Wawasan Setia Warga UiTM. Audience may be seated.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have you with us today, Dr. Nur Hazila Ismail, Head of Study Center, Faculty of Business and Management, Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad, Director of Enforcement, Securities Commission Malaysia, Dr. Rosliza Mat Yatim, General Manager, Corporate Services, Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia, FIMM, Puan Shashazrina Roslan, Program Coordinator for BA 251 and BA 242, Dr. Muhammad bin Majid, Research, Industry and Alumni Coordinator, ICANN, Puan Intan Ruhanida Ramli, Head of InvestED Secretariat, Securities Commission Malaysia, Mr. Alif Nur Haziq Abdul Rahman, Head Equity Derivatives, Bursa Malaysia Derivatives, Mr. Ihon Chan, Partner Retrospective Discovery LLP, dedicated InvestED team members, our line of committed lecturers, and also our beloved students. We bid you a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today for this special occasion, let us seek blessing to commence our proceedings with a heartfelt dua. To lead us in this beautiful prayer, I would like to invite Asrul Raifuddin bin Alauddin to recite the dua.
Bismillah, bismillah. Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمعلمين والمعلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم إنك خلاق العظيم إنك سميع عليم إنك غفور رحيم إنك رب العرش العظيم. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, Engkaulah yang mempunyai segala kepujian, Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kepujian, Engkaulah yang berhak menerima segala kesyukuran, Engkaulah yang memiliki segala pemerintahan, dengan Engkau segala kebajikan. Kepada Engkaulah kami kembalikan segala urusan. Allahumma ya Karim ya Rahim, limpahkanlah rahmat dan rahimu ke atas majlis InvestED Next Gen Capital Market Talent Career Talk yang diadakan pada hari ini. Berkatilah majlis ini dari awal hingga akhirnya. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram. Kami juga mohon perlindungan daripadamu dari segala perkara yang boleh mencacat celakan majlis kami, dan daripada segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dan berbuat taat kepadamu. Kepadamu juga kami serah segala urusan kami. Allahumma ansur Islam wal muslimin wal mujahidin fi Filistin wa ahliki kafrat wal musyrikin wa dammir a'da ad-din wa ansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin wa ansurna 'alal qaumil zalimin ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, selamatkanlah orang-orang yang lemah dari kalangan orang-orang beriman. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, selamatkanlah dan peliharalah saudara-saudara kami di Palestin dari segala bentuk kezaliman. Kurniakanlah kepada mereka kekuatan dan ketabahan dalam menghadapi ujian ini. Lindungilah mereka dengan rahmat-Mu yang melimpah ruah. Kurniakanlah hidayah kepada para pemimpin. Tetapkanlah hati mereka dan kuatkanlah kesabaran keluarga dan para pejuang di sana. Jadikanlah pengorbanan mereka sebagai syuhada. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzaban nar. Da'wahum fiha subhanakallahumma wa tahiyyatuhum fiha salam wa akhiru da'wahum alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Asura Ifuddin, for leading the recitation of dua just now.
All praises goes to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. We have been granted the chance to make this event full of knowledge a success. Let's start off this event with a brief introduction of InvestED Career Talk. On April 10, 2023, the Ministry of Higher Education signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Securities Commission of Malaysia regarding cooperation to increase the knowledge and marketability of public and private university graduates, particularly for the capital market industry within 3 years. In order to enhance graduate engagement in the InvestED program, the JPT, in partnership with Securities Commission Malaysia, holds a series of seminar and careers fair at selected public universities to provide exposure and recruits graduates to join in the initiative. Moving on, let us indulge in the short visual introduction of this program regarding InvestED.
Salah satu cabaran yang telah lama dihadapi oleh pasaran modal adalah kekurangan tenaga mahir untuk memenuhi pelbagai jawatan kritikal dalam pelbagai sektor. Dalam sesetengah industri, defisit tenaga mahir dianggarkan kurang lebih 30 hingga 40%, manakala terdapat ramai graduan yang masih mencari-cari pekerjaan. Pada masa yang sama pula terdapat kekurangan tenaga mahir yang getir dalam pasaran. Seolah-olah ada supply and demand mismatch. Adalah dirasakan penting bantuan last mile perlu diberikan kepada graduan untuk mengurangkan mismatch ini. Atas kesedaran inilah program CMGP diilhamkan. Semoga ianya boleh menjadi jambatan antara graduan dan pasaran modal.
Program graduan pasaran modal yang diluncurkan pada hari ini selari dengan aspirasi Madani. Peluang mengembangkan kemahiran dan pengetahuan dalam industri pasaran modal kepada graduan muda. Masa depan kita bergantung kepada keupayaan, kecekalan, disiplin, semangat, kegairahan anak-anak muda. Dan saya yakin anak-anak dapat menggunakan peluang ini. Hari ini kita kumpulkan mereka, dedahkan mereka dengan industri, dengan segala kecanggihan dan kemudahan yang ada. Saya minta anak-anak supaya menjadikan ini sebagai kesempatan terbaik untuk meningkat keupayaan kita, kemahiran kita, dan di samping itu berkhidmat kepada bangsa dan negara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Datuk.
And group photo with our Prime Minister.
Such an informative and fascinating video. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Noor Hazila Ismail, Head of Study Center, Faculty of Business and Management, to give souvenirs. We start off with Mr. Ihon Chan, Partner Retrospective Discovery LLP. Secondly, Mr. Alif Nur Haziq Abdul Rahman, Head Equity Derivative, Bursa Malaysia Derivative. Moving on, Puan Intan Ruhanida Ramli, Head of InvestED Secretariat, Securities Commission Malaysia. Next, I invite Dr. Rosliza Mat Yatim, General Manager. Lastly, Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad, Director of Enforcement, Securities Commission Malaysia. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad to give souvenirs to Dr. Nur Hazila Ismail. Thank you, Dr. Nur Hazila Ismail and Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad for the souvenirs.
Let's now move on into our next session in our agenda, a sharing session that will provide holistic introduction on the InvestED program. Before we continue, students, it is advisable for all of you to ask questions for your better understanding. You will also receive a free t-shirt from Securities Commission. This is open too for students in DK2, so if you have any questions, please reach out our team members in DK2. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Puan Intan Ruhanida Ramli, Head of InvestED Secretariat Securities Commission Malaysia, who will be sharing their profound insights on InvestED, next-gen capital market talent.
Hello. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Very good turnout. It's good that I can see you guys early birds. People say orang kata yang bangun awal tu rezeki dia murah. Okay, so thank you so much. My first session is just to give you an introductions to the InvestED program. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, the InvestED program is championed by Security Commissions. The funding is from the Capital Market Development Fund. We actually managed to gain an approval of 30 million for a period 3 years to provide education to the future talent in the space of capital market. Okay, that's the first objective. The second is to also create awareness, and the third point is to create job opportunity for you. Actually, it's all about you. It's nothing about me. Okay, it's all about you. All right, guys. Basically, the program is supported by Ministry of Higher Education and MOF, Ministry of Finance, and I think it was launched by our Prime Minister and also with the YBM Minister of MOH. Okay, so next slide, please. Sorry, I'm so used to go look up there. Okay, you guys should know, right? Anything that you present must have data. Okay, kalau tidak tak dapat 30 million, right? So this is the data. One of the research that we did back then is that what we found in 2020, we still have enough talent in Malaysia. But I think most of you know, especially after the pandemic, people start to be very mobile, okay? And this is a concern actually, not only about Malaysia, but across the world, okay? So based on the data, what we saw that by 2030, if I don't hold you back, instead of you going to the next door, You know whose is it, right? Like about 150 kilometer or 200 kilometer down south. Okay, so I'm trying to ignore that. We wanted you to stay here in Malaysia. Let's develop Malaysia. Okay, so that's the intent. So this is based on the data. If we don't do something in 2030, Malaysia will lose the talents. Okay, so you please don't go anywhere. Okay, next slide. This is just another data just to support, to tell you, out of that, based on this year research by Manpower Research, that we also observe about 73% there's shortage of individuals or talent in the financial sectors. And I think most of you are from the investment finance, right, in this room? Okay, where do you guys go, yeah? Nyam gimana mana? Okay, let's stay in finance and whatnot, okay? Next slide. Then we did a survey with the CEOs of the company. We said that, hey, what's wrong with you? Like, we have all of you guys. I think just now when I spoke to one of the students, was it Tara, Atika, something like that? And she mentioned that in your UiTM Segamat itself, you have about 3,000 students in the business or finance, something like that, right? So for me is that this is where are you going to go after you graduate? So these are the questions that we ask the CEO. Will you hire them immediately after they graduate? So the answer is that it's not that we don't want to hire them. Okay, the first thing they do, they don't even prepare themselves at the interview. Okay, they didn't know about what is capital market. Okay, what are the difference between FIs and capital market? What kind of lingo did they use? Okay, and I think 2 days ago I was in UiTM Johor. We've been travel across Malaysia, including Sabah Sarawak. So the feedback the students said that the question that they were saying that, oh, okay. One of the speakers was saying that the student doesn't even do a case study or a sample of the company that they want to go for interview. These are the efforts that I think it important to your future employer. They want to know. They don't expect you to be smart, and like know everything in the world, but at least about specific topic, specific news. You should know, right? For example, if I'm going to ask you what's the recent budget announcement that related to capital market, that's one example. The other example, they were saying that in the what they call Bursa Malaysia Stock Exchange, they are about, I think about 100 listed company or 900 listed company. So you just pick one, top 100 listed company in Malaysia. I think like the likes of Maybank, Petronas, all are in that list. You can just pick one and explain to the employer. Look smart little bit. Oh, I know about Maybank. They are going to do acquisition in the next few years, for example. So these are the example that employer are looking for. Okay, so not just about, nothing wrong about your degree, nothing, those are foundation. But what you need to do extra mark is about having basic understanding of the company that you are going to work for or apply for, or having understanding of the latest news, key trends, because that is important. Because we, as an interviewer, we want to see whether you are making an effort to actually understand all these requirements. Okay, so next slide. This is just a data just to share with you that I actually extract from the World Economic Forum, and based on the key trends very specifically on financial services and capital market. This is the latest news I think the report was produced in May 2023. So one of the skill set they are looking at, connective skill, engagement, management skill, physical abilities, technology skill, what else? I think because it's covering, but those are the example of skill set they are looking at. You look at connective skill. This is very important. What does it mean? Connective skill means that you are able to think, your thought process. These are the things that you don't learn in the university. The technique, yes, but you got to practice. Okay, so people, when they interview you as the employer, they want to see how do you think, how do you actually arrive to that point. They are not looking for answer of solutions. Remember, they know that you are fresh graduate. They do not expect you to have all the answer, but how you arrive from point A to point B. So that is the thinking they want to look at. So that is an example in terms of areas that they want, career that they think that the role that possibly going to be of demand, like for example, business intelligence analysis, data analysis, digital transformation, financial analyst, financial and investment advisor, and so on. These are the projections of the next 5 years. What a key role out there. But let me just tell you, capital market is very wide. You have front office, middle office, and back end. So do not limit yourself. It depends which area you are interested. Go for it and try. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, the slides. Okay. So what are the programs? This is the most important thing. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, under InvestED program, what we have agreed with the committee member, there are 3 key deliverables. Number 1, we are supposed to deliver career fairs and career talks for across Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak, for the next 3 years. So this year is the first year, okay? And for this year, we are not able to go to everywhere, and we actually selected, and you are one of the lucky one that we decided to come and visit. Okay? So, and thank you for you guys to make sure that you are also committed for this program. Okay? And the career fair, we have 6 career fair. The upcoming one, the late, will be in KL Convention Center. And we actually send invite to your universities. You may want to come under under the flags of the university, or you can personally go there and check it out, the career fair itself. We have a few exhibitors from the capital market. You may want to know about them. What are the opportunities there? So you may explore. Okay, you may talk to them. So come on the 17th, 18 and 19. You may also be exposed about the investment opportunity in Malaysia. So those are the educations event that we are going to have at KL Convention Center. It's called InvestSmart. Okay, so you can go and check out the website on Suruhanjaya Security website, and you will find more details on the InvestSmart event. Okay, so that is the first goal we need to do. As I said, you want 30 million, right? So mana ada bagi free kan? Kena buat kerja. So the kerja is that we come and visit you. We meet you, all of you. Okay, the second one, foundation program. Okay, this is very important for final year student and third year student, because I know that a few different universities have different category. But what I would say that this foundation program is open to anyone aged below 30. Okay, so and third year and financial year. So if you know anyone, doesn't need to be finance, economics, as long as you are interested. As I said, as a fresh grad, you guys have a choice. I don't have a choice. You have a choice, whichever area that you want to go. Okay, so under foundation program, I'll go into detail a little bit, but there are 2 programs, okay, under the foundation program. One is EFPMR and second is CCMP, okay? So those are the 2 programs. And the third one is the leadership program. This leadership program is about providing you a comprehensive training with the what they call experience individuals, and also train you in a very comprehensive manner in 1 month period at ASEAN School of Business. You will be placed there for 1 month, and you will go through very structured program where you'll be exposed to the capital market, you'll be exposed to hackathons, business cases, and you'll be exposed to mentors. You can even reach out to people that you felt that, I would like to understand what are the opportunity here, and of which then you'll be placed at the company. Okay, I'll go into detail in the subsequent slides. Okay, so just to share, this is the university that we have visited this year. So you are one of you, I think you are on that slide, but it's just that I need to state it's Segamat. Okay, so I purposely I said I want to visit Segamat. That was my request. I have so many branches. UiTM have many branches, right? But I said that I want to visit Segamat. This is my first time in Segamat, by the way. Okay, a purpose. Semua ada purpose. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. A lot of students came to me, I am from, especially in UiTM. UiTM, you know, right? They have engineering, science, and whatnot. So what we say that, honestly, it's open to all. when you are at this age, you are still allowed 1 or 2 mistakes, not 1,000 mistakes, 1 or 2 mistakes. You can choose. But we prefer, of course, if you study finance, make sure that you complete the finance, whatever intent you want to do. But as I said, there are other students felt that along the way, they felt that their interest may change. After all, we are human, so we tend to change also our opinion. So these are the faculty or schools that we allow. Basically, if you are in PR, you are in law, or even you are computer science, technology, and whatnot. If you have friends who are in this space and say, hey, how come I don't get invited there? Oh, sorry, okay, you can check the website. It's just that we cannot cater for all. So we are depending on you. You are the ambassadors of InvestED, yeah? So always remember that we adalah wakil-wakil kami, okay? To talk to your friends or anyone that you know who are interested to work for capital market, okay? So these are the faculty. Next, please. This is the foundation program, all right? So as I mentioned just now, we talk about familiarization program for marketing representative. What is this program is all about? Okay, this program is a self-learning program, okay? It can be done online. I believe you tak ada kelas tiap-tiap hari kan? Ataupun bukan penuh 8 jam kan? So, you can do this module at your own time, okay? All you need to register online, you can do in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, at your own time. And I think if you are focused, you can complete the online courses about 1 to 2 months. And upon completion, you'll be given a certificate. Okay, and this certificate is very important. When you apply for a job, you can actually show that, hey, I have actually a minimum understanding about capital market, because this particular program explain to you the one-to-one about capital market, the products, the services, and how does the stakeholder or intermediaries work for the capital market. So this is a program that I think anyone can actually register at your own space. Okay, so that's the first one. Certified Capital Market Professional, CCMP, Compliance 1. Okay, this program a little bit deeper, a little bit technical, but both of this program actually we have customized for you for fresh grade level. Basically, these 2 programs usually we only open for those already been hired. Okay, so when you are hired, to get your company to pay for this program, sometimes they approve, sometimes they said you kena bayar lah. Okay, so now we are telling you, hey, you're gonna get this for free. Okay, so these are the 2 programs. Compliance are they talk about framework, they talk about governance, integrity, to go into details about services, about practices, operations, and whatnot of a transactional within the brokers or investment bank and whatnot. So these are very detailed, what they call program that you can actually pick up. All right. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. These are go into detail. I'm not going to go line by line into the item. Next slide, please. Okay, the criteria which I explained just now, it opens to anybody below 30 years old, undergraduates, fresh grade, like year 3, year 4. Excuse me. Then it's fully funded. And I have students asking me, kalau gagal macam mana puan? Okay, gagal lah. Okay, so basically it's okay, gagal, but we cannot pay you one more time because we have to support other students. I think in Malaysia itself, that more than 300 graduate per year or 400,000, right? So if you are being chosen the first one, make sure you make an effort, make an impact, okay? So because otherwise, I'll take away that chance I'll give to someone else who really, really wants it. All right? That's the people asking me whether if I pass or if I fail. Okay, the second point that I wanted to highlight is that dia soalan, puan, this subjective ke objective? Oh my god. Guys, seriously, okay, EFPMR is objective, okay, CCMP is subjective and objective. So it's a combination of 2. So, but that doesn't mean objective is easy. Sometimes dia punya soalan is very close, that the point that you cannot decide A, B, C, and D. And I choose, dan lain-lain lagi. Okay, so I want you guys to come on, so serious. Come on, and then okay, so that is these 2 programs. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, now we go to the leadership program. Okay, so leadership program. This leadership program, okay, just to mention just now, the foundation program that I shared earlier are still open for registrations, okay? All you need to do today, later I show you the code. You can just log in and register. It takes you only, I think, about 5 steps. 5 steps. But the question also I get, Puan, berapa lama nak submit ni, Puan? Berapa pages saja? Okay, guys, your future, guys, berapa pages doesn't matter. But for foundation program, it's 5 steps. Okay, I think 5 steps. In 5 minutes, you are able to register, and someone from SIDC will call you and get your timing, especially for the CCMP. Because CCMP is a web learning base, the EFPMR is self-learning, okay? So one is webinar and one is self-learning. So kalau yang webinar tu, they will ask you, what is your preference time, okay? So I think if you ask your lecturer, can you give me preference times? I don't think your lecturer will give, right? Your lecturer say, what's your preference time? Well, that will be your lucky day. So, but for us, we will hear you. We want the reason why we do to this extent, because we want you to register for this program. We will accommodate you. Okay, so that is the foundation program. But leadership program, okay, the leadership program is already closed for the first year, and all the students are already at the what they call the companies that is part of the capital market industry players. Okay, I think if I'm not mistaken, that those registered is about 443. If I'm not mistaken, that companies that registered with as the capital market industry players. So we work closely with them, and we always try to collaborate with them in terms of providing job opportunity for the future talent. Okay, but as I said, there's demand and there's supply. Okay, when we ask, they also want something from us. Okay, so what the company is asking first, they want to know the quality of the talent. Okay, because it's really important. Capital market is not about Malaysia. Yeah, capital market I think is at least in 66 country. Or why I say 66 country, because majority stocks exchange are located there. Okay, not I mean those small I'm not going to count, but majority. Okay, when you have stock exchange, by default you have capital market. Okay, by default. So they are saying, okay, one of our criteria, we want the student to actually apply online, and the applications online, I think some of you even apply like Kazana, Petronas, Axiata. And I bet all the pages, I think at least 5, 6, 7 pages, right? Because I tested all, okay, before we come to this website. Okay, just on this website, the same. We need your information. We need what do you study, what are the what they call modules that you take, and your result and whatnot. So we need you to submit about your education background. Okay. The second one, we need you to submit your video. Sure, you all biasa kan buat TikTok. Okay, use phone, TikTok. I have a few students, and I must say they really like, okay, put in front of the camera and talk about themselves, why they want to join InvestED. Okay, make sure no t-shirt, no slippers and whatnot. Make sure top t-shirt and top shirt. Bawah seluar kain plekat pun I don't want to know. Okay, but just make sure that you are able to actually present yourself. Okay. Make sure that and able to, you can practice many times, okay? But the video clip is only about 1 minute, okay? So I think you talk about yourself, about what is your aspiration, what do you want to be, okay? You can be anything. Nobody will be able to hold you back, okay? And why do you want to join InvestED? I think that's very important, because we will pick you. Let me know, the HR person in SC actually go through one by one. Yeah, can you imagine? We have 20 IPTA. I have not talked about IPTS. This year we really focus on IPTA. So how many video we have to look at? So you got to stand up. Okay, you got to make a difference. You don't want to be the one next to you, even though it's your friend. Okay, because you got to be special for us to choose you. Okay, so once you submit, there will be a selection process, and if you are being shortlisted, we will call you for an interview. Okay, the interview process is speed dating model. Tahu tak speed dating? Pernah ke masuk speed dating? Okay, mestinya kan? I don't know. I mean the concept is speed dating. What happened is that during the interview, we will actually extend to all the companies. Okay, so the interview will be conducted with SC plus the capital market industry player. Why we invite them? Supaya Tak kenal maka tak cinta, right? So physical contact, face-to-face contact is very important. Thank God pandemic is kind of like is there. It's not called a pandemic anymore, but is there. But we are able to do face-to-face because they want to look at you. Your future company will attend the interview and conduct that interview. Okay, there are some instances, really there are chances where the company will actually hire you on the spot. Okay, they will actually come and to SC say, hey, I really like that person. Please do not allow that person to go to another company. And that really happened in the last cohort. Okay, and the person without even going for the 1 month training ke ataupun for the what they call job placement, they already being offered a job. But the condition we tell the company you can have this person, but this person have to go through the program. It's just that you will log this person as your future permanent employee. Okay, so that's the good thing. So make a difference, really make a difference about yourself when you go for the interview. Okay, prepare. That's what. There's nothing that the sky is the limit, but don't stress out lah. Because I saw also, I did the interview, and some like, oh my god, like very panicky and whatnot. Just calm down, okay, and really say okay. Because the question they will ask you about, bagi tips okay, yang beritahu orang. Okay, the tips is that they will ask you, okay, what do you know about capital market? Okay, itu you boleh Google kan. Do you know any Bursa Malaysia listed company, for example? They will talk about, do you know what are the operations or transactional in the capital market? What do they do? Who are their stakeholder? So those are the example, okay? And they also give you an example. If you are in this condition, what will you decide? So these are some tips during the speed dating punya interview. So when you pass that speed dating, then they will actually, after this point, you will receive a letter, okay, saying that you are successful. Please present yourself at KL at the SC Center to be what they call registered as InvestED student. Okay. So at this point, when you are being selected, we will actually do a 1 month classroom at Asia School of Business. Okay, it's a comprehensive classroom training and off-site also. So during this 1 month period, you'll be given an allowance of 2,000 ringgit. Okay, so you can do whatever you need to do, be your logistic, whatever, your transportation, your makan and whatnot. And if you require accommodation arrangement, we can actually facilitate. I think the first year cohort, this year cohort, we actually work closely with We managed to get their what they call student hostel, and I think they only pay a month 15 ringgit. Okay, so these are the arrangement we do with But if you don't have anyone in KL, okay, so that is something that we can help up. If you have any other challenges, you can always reach out to us. We can see what we can do. I mean, case to case basis. Like for example, what we also offer to Sabah and Sarawak student is that if they want to fly to Semenanjung, we will consider one-way flight for them because the cost of the flight is quite expensive. Yeah. So these are the consideration we do, but it's not like tertera di atas kertas maka kena buat. Tak ada. This is on case to case basis. Okay. And once you complete the 1 month class, you will then be placed at the company, okay? And during this period, as I mentioned, some of you may be hired on the spot, okay? Some of you still have to go through the 6 month placement period where you will receive 2,004 monthly allowance, okay? If you are being hired on the spot, by default, you are entitled to the company salary package. Basically, what we have asked all the company, minimum salary 3,000, tak kurang, boleh lebih. So what we say is that you have to give 3,000 or more. Okay, we can't accept anything less. Okay, because thinking about all the challenges that to stay in KL and Selangor, and I think for your qualification, you deserve a recognition for that level. Okay, and so this is the agreement we made with the company during the 6 month period. The company can actually, in between the 2nd month and the 3rd month, if they felt that you are good enough, they even may decide to hire you. Because, as I said, you also may decide after the 6 months, even though they offered you, you can say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. I got another company offering me with my background. So you can actually do that also, okay? So that is on the, what they call leadership program throughout the 6 month, 1 month and 6 month placement. Alright, and oh yeah, this is another soalan the student love to me. Puan, saya tak suka lah company ni. Guys, you guys are still young. It's okay what? 6 months is nothing, right? Okay, out of 6 months, you minus Saturday, Sunday, you minus public holiday. I think this Friday, Deepavali, right? So, you don't need to work like pure 6 months. It's only 4 months, okay? So, don't pick and choose. Alright, for these 6 months, just give your all. That's all I'm asking. And to the point, some say, "Ya, Puan, saya tak tahu lah macam mana transportation." I have even smart students. They even draw me the line of LRT stations. You know, they point it to me. Puan, saya kena berhenti sini, saya kena berhenti sini, saya kena berhenti sini, saya kena. So in total, she counted. She have to spend on train 45 minutes. So I said, does the 45 minutes really matters? This is your future. You know, you are talking about long term. Okay, and the companies that we work for, those are a company that we have vetted. We know they are qualified. They are good companies, okay? They may not be some of like Maybank, because some people say, "Oh, I want Maybank. I want to work for RHB. I want to work for, who else? Kenanga Investment Bank." So please, don't pay attention. You never know who will you meet, okay? We do even have boutique houses, advisory houses, where they are very niche. They talk about, they do AI, data AI, they do analysis, they do that. That is a good exposure for you. Sometimes when you learn, you don't want to learn in big companies, yeah? Because you will not be recognized. You want to learn from small companies, so chances of you jump up are much more faster. I mean, that's my tip, okay? So, that is where what I'm saying, the question that the students say, can they pick and choose? The answer is no. You got to complete it. And during your performance of this, and the company can actually give you a feedback in terms of how do you perform during your job placement. Okay, next. This is just criteria of which some I already talked about. Okay, you have two entry points. One is direct application, which is you apply online. The second cohort online application will be made available hopefully by end of first quarter. We are in between thinking between Hari Raya or after Hari Raya, because I also like to consider about your exam lah, your cuti lah and whatnot. Okay, that's the first one. The second one, sponsored. I know that some of you are being sponsored by agency or by corporates, right? Like for example, by Mara, Petronas, Kazana, Maybank, whoever. But you can speak to them, say that if I were to go for my internship and whatnot, leadership program, can I? So let's say you can get our help. We will try to facilitate so that you are allowed to join the leadership program. Okay, so but this is very case to case basis, because I know, like for example in UiTM, there's one student, he is in I think he is in car mechanical, something like that, but he wanted to say, can I move to this area? But I think cannot, because he is electric mechanical engineering. He needs to complete the internship with a mechanical company, okay, that provide this kind of engineering service. So he have to complete that. That one I can't say yes, okay. So after he complete that and he gets his degree, he can then apply through InvestED. But for you, I think most of you, finance and whatnot, I think not an issue, because it's kind of like relevant, very direct relevant, like chemists, engineering scientists, mathematicians, a little bit challenged, but we don't mind to facilitate and see what works for the students, okay? And this one is the qualification. Well, capital market is not easy, yeah? It requires a certain level of standards, because you need to be competitive. Okay, it's a very competitive world out there. It doesn't matter capital market ke, whatever industry nowadays. I think this is what we are looking at least 3-pointer CGPA, and then for overseas university, I think second class upper at least. I think that's for European universities. Went for, I think, for Australia, New Zealand's distinctions. MUET English proficiency, I have to say, you have to learn how to speak good English. I don't expect you to speak expert or like speak like British. Can I have a cup of coffee? No, I expect you to speak proper English, good English. Do practice and practice and practice. Okay? So, when you engage these people, they are come from multiracials, from many other countries. If you were given an opportunity, you will be placed outside of Malaysia, for all you know. So good English is very important. Even though challenging, it's okay. I rather have somebody who try rather than none at all. Okay, so English is very important. You got to have at least band 3 and else minimum band 6. Okay, so that is in terms of proficiency. Selection video, we'll talk about it. The 1 month classroom, we talk about it, and the allowance. Job placement, we talk about it, which is 2,004 a month for the next 6 months. If you're offered full-time, 3,000. And the last point I would like to highlight, 1 year bond. Okay, this is another challenge. I'm not too sure. You guys are too young. You are so afraid of bond. Okay. Why? Come on. As I mentioned, remember I told you just 1 year there are 365 days. If you minus all the cuti-cuti, you don't even need to spend 365 days. Tutup pejam pelik, 1 year is done. Okay. This is where I want to ask a question. Why we impose 1 year bond? Whoever answer this question will get a gift. Just say what you have in mind. Why our InvestED program impose one year bond? Okay, jawab je, angkat tangan, cepat. Bilik sebelah, sesiapa yang ada jawapan? Jawab je. Kenapa program ini we put as like you have to have 1 year bond? Just try. Why? Come on, guys. Okay, go ahead. Okay, you. Okay. You are nearly there, but it's good. I'll get you a gift. Before I answer your question, but it's related. Okay, can I get another one answer? Just now, you want to?
My answer is but we don't want the talent to transfer into other sector. So to answer the status quo of the statistic that the lacking of talent. So the bond is to ensure.
Okay, nearly there, related, but not saying not accurate is there, but I need something stronger. Okay, one more, last one. But here's so 2 t-shirt for those gentlemen. Another one. We have so many ladies. Can I hear some ladies' voice, please? Why we want to impose 1 year bond? Cepat. Okay, teruskan. Okay, nearly there, but not there. Never mind, I'll answer the question. Why 1 year bond? It's called skin in the game. I paid 30 million, yeah? Okay, when I can take away that chance and give to the person next to you. Okay, so the reason why we paid 30 million and then the program, once you go into that program, if you quit midpoint, we are not going to get back the investment that we put. When that money, that investment can be given to another student who is much more committed and willing to complete this 1 year. Kalau you go separuh jalan kan, rugilah. Ni bukan duit saya, duit orang kata for the future, like you, we make an effort, which is nothing wrong with what you say basically, but that is after event. After you complete the program, you may go to other country, or in the middle of the program you decided to leave the program. So I think it's about I don't want to say that it's not ethic, it's about your commitment. I think it's more a commitment, so that we know that you are serious about this. Okay, and we know that you will not waste the money. Okay, and we wish we can give to more students, but every year we can only identify 200 students. Bayangkan kalau satu tahun ada 300,000 pelajar and we only do 200 students. Do you see the percentage is so low, right? So it's not fair, right? So that's the reason one year commitment. 1 year bond. So that is why the bond. And I think you guys can do it. 1 year is nothing, seriously. The time will fly. Okay? So next slide, please. This is, which I've run through already. I'm not going to go through basically what's the FAQ. Can I go next, please? Okay, what's the benefits? The first one is we talk about enhanced employability. If you registered for this program, by default, they know you are part of the capital market program, okay? This is the first time that we go in this kind of size, okay? Usually, we're very specific. I think we did go for Islamic students, Islamic, modules, but more on this capital market per se. I think this is the first time. So enhanced employability, that's number one. Number two, mentorship. You will get a chance to meet very qualified people, experienced people out there. Even today, on the floor, we have experienced people of the capital market, okay? Orang tua-tua cakap, orang yang dah banyak makan garam. Okay, so I don't know how they measure the garam, but I'm just quoting what is there. Okay, so that is the mentoring thing that you learn. Okay, you meet when you go through this program. We will take you there. Maybe I can't take you to the meet like Bill Gates and whatnot, right? At least the iconic of Malaysian financial capital market. Inshallah, you'll be able to see them. Tak dekat jauh pun nampak lah. Okay, so that is mentorship, networking, industry context. Okay, by default, remember I talk about kalau you register foundation program, you hanya nampak orang dalam online. Tak best kan? But if you register for the leadership program, you have a physical connection. And these people, I tell you, and I think even like you guys know, after you graduate, you be the alumni of UiTM. You make thousands of friends, right? So in this space, you met 199 students across Malaysia, including Sabah Sarawak. So 199 students, who can go and cari that kind of 199 within a day? I know where, Facebook. Go and buy the sales, and then you click like. But this one, no. Immediate, you know the students. Okay? And these people that you know in this class will be your future friends. Okay, your future network, your future connection. So that is really important and valuable. Mungkin you tak nampak sekarang, but when you start to go for your full-time employment, these friends will be very important and relevant. Because you will start asking, kau kerja kat sana berapa gaji ya? Mesti kan, the first question. Is it difficult? Bos tu okay tak? Aku nak apply kerja kat situ. It's a very typical questions. So that is 199 for you. I'm giving it free. Okay? Don't need to pay anything. You have friends there. Alright. Last point is a career opportunity capital market. You can go anywhere, not only Malaysia, but across the world or across the sea. But I don't encourage. But there are opportunity. Okay? Next slide, please. This I think Encik Budiman will go through later. Let's just go through the next slide. Okay, where to register? This is where you register for the leadership program next year. You just go to the online application and register there. Okay, so when you register there, you just watch out the website, put your CV, and we'll be able to connect you after that. And if you can't catch this QR, you can also go to the website. Right? It's www.invested.my. Next slide, please. Okay, as I mentioned, foundation program is still available. Register. Kan? Cuti bila UiTM? Boleh je register. Next week kan? Okay, go and register. Okay, so please do register. Don't forget you still have chance. Next slide please. Ada lagi ke? Next. Okay, this is the code for the foundation program. So this is very specific to the EFPMR that I talked about just now. It is not difficult. Okay lah, cakap senang kan, but you guys are terror than me, right? You are finance students, business student. I am, I don't even study finance, okay? So this should be your kacang putih, right? So go and register EFPMR. So don't wait anymore. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Unless you have any other question, feel free to ask or you can email to me. All right? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Okay. My name is Nur Hafiza. I am from investment management student. So my question is, what if once we enter the market and then it is the company that ditch us first? So what is the guarantee for us, or is that any retrenchment for us?
Okay, for the placement, we already speak to all the company. You cannot ditch unless you have performance issue. Okay, so even though you have performance issue, we will not ambil bulat-bulat what the company says. You have to go through a few investigations. We will try to understand the challenges faced by the student and the challenges faced by the companies, and they have to demonstrate that you did not fulfill the requirement. For example, I have one case, bukan nak buruk-burukkan, but I do have cases. This one person, he keeps saying nenek dia sakit, datuk sakit, saudara sakit, so many people sakit. So, but I didn't handle the case personally. It was handled by our HR team to understand, because when you see that kind of indication like always MC, what does it say? Okay, it doesn't require a rocket science. It actually says that the person not even serious, whatever reasons lah. But I do understand sometimes emergencies happen. But if you are able to provide an evidence, why not? Your employer should be able to accept that. And if let's say your employer doesn't accept that and you have issue with them, I will not also say that company is good. As I said, customer is not always right. Yeah, that's my belief. Unless you demonstrate that you have done the 10 things that you are supposed to do, you ada evidence yang you tak sihat, or you have evidence that something emergency happen at home, we can actually help you facilitate that orang kata between you and the company that you work for. Okay, so we look at that. If let's say really there is no way of solution between the two, we will also find you another place. But so far we don't encounter that. But we do have issue that students, okay, this is the favorite statement that I'm coming from the young ones. Sakit tu a lot lah, okay, but too many people sakit in the house, a bit concerned. Second is about cannot bangun pagi. Okay, but today I'm impressed with UiTM. You guys, some of you I talked just now, you guys are here even at 7:30, 8 a.m. Well done, guys. Yeah. Okay. Tak boleh bangun pagi is not an excuse, guys. This is your career, your future, your masa depan. Alright? So one gift for her, whoever managing the, yeah. Okay, any other question about the program, about what is the experience of the first cohort? Because I do know what are the challenges they face. Macam train issue tu biasa, sebab jauh. So, yeah, I do understand, because to stay nearer to the company may be expensive, but we will try to accommodate whatever we can help. So, ada soalan lagi? Sila, jangan takut. Ini masa depan you tau, bukan masa depan. I am done by my masa depan. I'm here, man. Yeah. Okay, what? Sorry, question? Where? Go ahead. Sekejap, pakai mic sekejap. I tak dengar je.
Test 1, 2, 3, okay. Hi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Irfan and I am from BA 249, which is Islamic Banking. Okay, so I have one question, which is I am very specified in Islamic learning or Islamic punya contracts. So if the conventional banks is interested in me, will they invest in my Islamic punya courses also? Okay.
Macam ni. The first time, okay, the first is berdengung. Okay, when you under this program, you are generic, okay. But let's say you have certain interests, you can actually speak to your employer, your future employer. You can also highlight during the interview that if you are given a chance, you wanted to look into this area. Let's say again, masa interview tu, you know which company are going to interview you, and you do some research and say that do they have Islamic area that you can go into. Then if it's something that you want to build, then when you join the company, be smart a little bit. Tengok kawasan. Okay, what do you mean what's the tengok kawasan? Means that you look at what are the area that you can go, and you can speak to the HR and say that can you be rotated. Okay, but again, this is all on your own initiative. Remember, jangan tunggu us to give you everything, because we already help you to open door. So this is your role to actually speak to the HR. Say, okay, yes, you're gonna put me here. I don't mind. Jangan say no. First, never say no to opportunity. Even though you don't know how to do, it's okay. Learn along the way. Pick up the opportunity. Be in that area. Then observe. Get to know people. Say that, hey, I'm interested in your Islamic punya conversations and whatnot. Can I have I want to go for this training. Can I go for it? So company likes this kind of individual, meaning your proactiveness and whatnot. And Islamic banking per se, even when we spoke in UTM, there's a few students who are interested in Islamic banking. So we always say that you should not limit yourself. Equip yourself with commercial banking. Then baru you focus. Don't go straight into very niche unless you want to become a scholar lah. That is something else. Okay. So I hope I answered your question. Okay, we are good, yeah. I'm gonna pass. I think. I need to pass to other speaker. All right. Any other question? Any last one? Anything? Kalau tidak, we are good. One last one. Okay. Oh, okay, the other room. Yeah. Yeah, we have next door. They are kesian. They cannot join here. So what's the question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, we have.
It's just one question, okay? So do we need to pay back the allowance if we did not finish the program due to reasons like having critical illness or getting into accident or something?
Oh, janganlah minta buruk-buruk. Oh my God. Remember, in your all conversation, don't use the word negative. Even though benda tu tak baik, it's okay. Be positive, be positive. I always tell myself, what would be the worst case scenario? Fail, right? So, do it again. Okay, leadership program, that's the reason we have the bonds, okay? We want committed students. If you suka-suka je, you want to drop the program, you have to pay back, okay? It's not cheap, double digit at least. So that's number one. But if you have certain emergency, okay, we do waive on case-to-case basis. As I said, tidak tertera di dalam kontrak, maka tidak dikonsider sebagai muktamad. Maka is subject to case-to-case basis. You can actually, let's say something happens, some emergency, but you got to justify. As I said, there are a person next to you who really wants to apply for it, but didn't get a chance. So, unless betul-betul you can't continue and whatnot, come to us, explain, we will assess, and if it's necessary, we will just waive that kind of the bond. Okay, as I said, these are not carved on stone. We just a guidance to make sure that you guys are committed. All right. So that is where I'm coming from. All right. Good. Oh.
We have a question from.
Oh God. Yeah.
From DK2.
Ah.
So there are some of them that are.
That. Okay. Can someone read for me? It's too small to reason. Being critical. Okay, I answered the first one. Second one is like, what is it? Okay, Anisa, can you tell a bit more regarding leadership program? Oh, will be in the done through. Okay, the 1 month program actually is interesting. I wish somebody offered to me. Do you know that it's so hard to get all this free training? Okay, the 1 month is the training that will be given. You will be exposed to very specific capital market educations or awareness program. For example, we talk about sustainability in capital market. We talk about business development in capital market. We talk about public listed company. You will form a team. We will do hackathon, meaning you have to form a team. And you will have to actually be the CEO, be the shareholders, be the investor. So we will allow you to compete with different group. And we also take you to the visits to the offsite, meaning you'll be able to have a chance to meet some of the companies who is successful out there. Okay, successful doesn't mean dollar and cents only. Successful is about whether they are good governance, they are promoting ESG, because those are the elements of today company that investors are looking at, not just the bottom line. Okay, so that's the exposure that will take you, and you will also do a lot of case study so that you be trained on how to think on your feet. Okay, it is something extra above your degree. All right? So that's the second question. The third question is that correlation offer for employment. What type of bond in that 1 year? Okay, the bond is basically if you quit middle halfway, you have to pay. That's all. Okay, unless you have specific reason, we will we will facilitate that negotiations. Then the next one, can I go scroll down, please? Passionate. Okay, what is it? Passionate about this line of work. Can I ask what makes you passionate? Oh my God. Okay, the line of work. And what are the channel? Okay, I'm a sucker for pain. That's me. Okay, I work across financial institutions, insurance, digital, what else? Shared services, and now in capital market. So my last journey, I think the last 10 years, I'm in capital market. I was with Bursa Malaysia before. Now I'm with Suanjaya Security. So I think it's about you don't stop learning. Okay. I think it's about the willingness to learn. A lot of people out there, even at my age, I'm very young actually, that we continue to learn. Doesn't mean that I have to go to take a degree, PhD. Okay, don't tell anyone I don't want to take PhD, but I don't mind to take professional course. Okay, a few professional courses that you guys may want to consider is like CFA in investing in sustainability, ESG. Those are very good. I think Islamic also one of the conversations. I think Malaysia are one of the countries who really good in terms of Islamic financings and whatnot. So why not build your credibility in that space? So that's me. I mean, for me, that is the reason why I'm passionate about it. And the last one, I think we just take last one. Do we need to choose company by ourselves? No, we will choose for you. We will decide, okay? We know all the company that is being listed, being chose for you is someone or a company who have been vetted by us. We know that they qualified to train you, okay? If let's say, as I said, there are also instances, case-to-case basis, there are certain issue concern. If you have that issue during that training or placement, feel free to come to us. We're more than happy to assist. All right? Okay, good. Can I hand over already? Thank you very much. Then.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Puan Ruhanida, for the sharing session. So may we all take the benefits from what is shared and be able to use the knowledge given to the best and to succeed in our future. So please give a huge applause again. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the hall, our next session promises to be an enlightening and inspiring one as we welcome a distinguished expert in their field. Again, I would like to remind all of you that you can freely ask questions for a better exposure, and students indicate too, I also hope for your participations. You can always comment on the live on YouTube for any question. Now let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Budiman Lutfi Muhammad, Director of Enforcement Securities Commission Malaysia, who will be sharing their profound insights on the Malaysian capital market driving economic growth. Please welcome.
Can I use the rostrum? Yeah. Kejap nak betulkan tengkuk more than anything else. That's why kalau pergi tengok wayang, never buy seats paling depan kan. Right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera. Right. Barisan pentadbir pensyarah UiTM Segamat, Johor, my colleagues, fellow presenters, anak-anak, adik-adik. Anak-anak because my children are also at university age. That's why it's anak-anak. Adik-adik because you may have brothers or sisters as old as I am. Okay, first things first. Pertama sekali saya ingin ucapkan berbanyak terima kasih to UiTM, to all of you actually for inviting us here. Right? I know it's a 9 o'clock program, but I was told there are about 500 odd who attended, who are well, and kalau tak termasuk online lah. So we're full capacity in this hall, and I was told there's a live link or overflow lah at another venue. So congratulations for coming very early. I know it's 9 o'clock when we started, and someone mentioned some of you were here a lot earlier than that. And also because pagi tadi ada Champions League, so I'm also surprised, many of you made it this morning lah. So salam takziah lah if there are any United fans in the hall. 2-0 lead, 3-2 at half time, and yet you lose 4-3. So, there's only so much we can do. All right. So, so my job here is to introduce to you siapa Securities Commission, siapa SIDC. So I'm here to give you that aspect of it lah. All right. So allow me to also introduce myself first. My name is Budiman. So I'm rather new to the SC. So macam Puan Intan sebut tadi, I'm not one of those yang banyak makan garam. Alright. So I joined the SC slightly over a year ago, July 2022. And prior to that, I was with the Attorney General's Chambers, Jabatan Peguam Negara, where I was a Deputy Public Prosecutor for about 20 odd years. Okay, so I did. So basically, I did anything and everything criminal, daripada cabul, rogol, rompak, bunuh, money laundering, terrorism, name it. Daripada paling kecil sampai paling besar. So sama juga macam Puan Intan tadi kan, she's sucker for pain kan. So I'm also sucker for blood kan. Blood and tunggu orang mati, tunggu ni semua. So when I came to the SC last year, it was only commercial crime. It's white collar crime. So tak ada orang mati, tak ada orang kena rogol. So I'm like, okay, I mean, there must be something that makes you passionate about the job lah. So I'm, slowly building my passion. But because I've also been involved dengan a lot of commercial crimes lah. So from your fraud cases, your money laundering, just before the SC, I joined SC a little bit late, but I had to finish the Bosco case. So I was on the team that put Bosco in jail. So that's my little experience doing commercial crime lah. So SC punya cases are purely commercial crime. Purely commercial crime. Tak ada orang mati, tak ada orang kena rogol. No blood. So tapi it still cuts deep lah, because it cuts into your pocket. Sebab SC punya cases ni are all dollars and cents. Dan dia tak ada main ratus-ratus, puluh-puluh punya, dia main juta-juta. Alright. So that's ni lah. So before coming to Segamat, I was in Perlis last week, University Malaysia Perlis. So yang itu pun we had a good crowd. Tapi uniquenya Perlis ni, it is a 99% engineering university. They have 7 faculties. 6 faculties are engineering. So it's engineering plus something, engineering plus something, engineering plus something. So it's a bit difficult for the speakers, but you are preaching to engineers. You have investors, you have investment, and then you have engineers. Mana nak tak engineers ni? So there was somebody in the audience here asked, in fact, he stood up and said, look, you have investors, you have investment, but how do you connect the two? You need apps. You need platforms. That's where we engineers come in. I kata, all right, that's another another way of looking at it lah. Tapi here today in the audience, I'm told bukan saja investment management students, you have your Islamic bankers, semua. So I'm actually preaching to the converted already lah. So this is a done job. You all dah terpengaruh already, or or you have no choice already lah. So so that's okay, it's a sign. I'm mindful of the time. I know we started a bit late, but we'll try to finish by 11:45, 12, and I think I will also do that lah. Okay, all right. So it's santai ya, santai. Although I know there's some people in the yang kat depan ni pakai suit. I'm sure they're important people, but I'll try to keep it santai. Okay, so I don't have a clicker, so I will need your help to move me to the next slide. There you go. Okay, so so basically 3 broad buckets. I'll give you an overview of what SC is, what SIDC is, what capital market is. You know better than me. Okay, and then secondly is the role of the SC and our regulatory, our legal landscape, and ketiganya lah opportunities in capital market, which I will not touch too much sebab Puan Intan tadi dah sentuh in rather detail, and it will be further shared by my colleagues, panelists nanti who are actually in the industry practicing. So next, so I'll just give you a very brief overview. Siapa SC ni? Siapa SIDC ni? All right. Now this is real. This is not a joke I'm creating. We have very often people calling up Securities Commission nak buat aduan tentang masalah security di rumah, di pejabat. No joke, no joke. So we do not take care of Pak Gad. We do not do anything of that. So ours is pasaran modal. It's easy to talk to all of you because you understand. But people out there in the public, kalau you kata Securities Commission, more often than not, they will ask, Securities Commission ni apa? They know bank negara, kan? They know banks, but they don't know Securities Commission. So that's us, and we share a building with the SIDC. So SIDC is, what's the relationship? Okay lah, adik-beradik lah. Adik-beradik because SC was established in 93, SIDC was established in 94. So dia adik. All right. So they started out as a learning and development arm of SC. In 94, incorporated in 2007. So they are now the leader lah in learning and development solution provider to industry players. So these people are your frontliners when it comes to professional legal, professional continued education, so on and so forth. So they are at the forefront of bringing InvestED to you. Okay, next. So this is SC in a snapshot. So SC was established, like I said, in 93 with a dual mandate. Ada dua je mandat besar Suruhanjaya Security. One is to regulate the capital market. Okay, kawal selia capital market. The other one is to develop capital market, membangun capital market with new products so that we continue to be relevant, we continue to be innovative and attractive to the markets, local and abroad. By regulate, I mean, and I'll touch a little bit more detail in a bit, because pasaran saham ni is like any pasar. All right, it's a market, it's a pasar, jual beli. And by jual beli, you need rules. You need to play by rules. The penimbang kena penimbang betul. Tak boleh you nak beli sekilo, tapi the penimbang is 800 gram. So there are rules and laws that needs to be followed, abided by. So that's where SC comes in. Next. So this is also a snapshot of the structure of SC. So it's headed by a chairman, and he is assisted by about 10, 11, 12-ish divisions. So I head what is called the enforcement business group, where we do the enforcement lah, the siasat, the tangkap, the dakwa, minus bunuh rogol and all. All right, next. Okay, so this is our regulatory function. So I'll leave this with you so that you can read. Tapi primarily our job is to advise the YB Menteri Kewangan on all matters regarding capital market. So kalau Menteri Kewangan perlu advice on the banks, on the central bank, he will go to the governor of Bank Negara. Tapi when he needs advice on the capital market, you know what's happening, he will come to the SC, Securities Commission, or he will go to Bursa as frontliners lah. So these are some of the other things that we do. We make sure that we promote, we regulate capital market. We also ensure that we oversee lah. There's an oversight over auditors of public listed entities, so on and so forth. So these are some of the many regulatory functions of the SC. All right. So next. So yang ini pun I will go very briefly sebab you guys know this far better than I do. So capital market, like I said, is a pasar. It's a pasar. This is a very simplistic overview of the capital market lah. So it's primarily divided into a primary market and secondary market. Primary market ni is for some of you yang baru nak companies lah. For example, you have companies and you want to start a project, acquire something. You need money. You need to raise funds. So what do? You sell stocks. Okay, you sell stocks to the public. And how do you do this? Is through what we call an initial offering, IPO, initial public offering. So for when stocks, when shares are sold for the very first time by the company, that is what we call primary market. And once it is in the market, I have shares, you want to buy shares, or you have shares, I want to buy shares. Now that's when the jual beli happens. So the market is in this case would be Bursa lah. And Alif, my new friend here, new because I just knew him last night. But he was also previously a SC, and before that a trader himself. So he'll be able to tell you that this is where all the jual beli happens lah. So you imagine the market being tak kisahlah. It can be Shopee, it can be Lazada, it can be your normal pasar lah. All right, next. Okay, so this like I said, so primary market is primarily for equity, for debt fundraising, and you have all these people involved. Next. The secondary market is where the trading happens. Once it is out in the open, once it is out in the market, the jual beli dan sebagainya, and these are the players involved. So you have your brokers, your investment banks, your bursa, your fund managers, so on and so forth. Okay, next. All right, so when I said we have to be innovative. So over the years, we have morphed into doing other things. So as you can see on the screen, it's not just limited to the to bursa. We have also ventured into other things. So satunya ialah what we call ECF lah. Equity crowdfunding. Equity crowdfunding is primarily for smaller businesses, for startups yang perlukan duit. You perlu capital, you raise capital through ECF platforms, online platforms which are registered with the SC. And if you're a bigger business company, there's always that P2P financing option. And then the other thing I also want to highlight, that SC, some may know, I'm sure many of you would know, we also, selain daripada kita regulate the capital market, we also regulate the digital exchanges, the DEXs. So dekat Malaysia ni, so some of you, I'm sure, ada trade in crypto, coins, in digital assets lah, cryptocurrencies lah. Yang legit tak apa, yang tak berapa tak berapa betul tu, this is where I come in lah. Alright. So and we always remind people kalau nak trade, because a digital currency, cryptocurrency is legal, is halal, is to, as long as it is traded on a recognized platform, exchange, it is a securities, and we recognize it as a securities. Yang haram tu yang kita tak benarkan. So there are a lot of, di Malaysia we have 4 exchanges lah. So we have Luno, Tokenize, MX Global, and Synergy. And we have, kat Malaysia ni we have about 11 types of Bitcoin, everything and all that lah. So in Singapore, a lot more, in other countries a lot more. So we always tell people kalau you nak trade, trade in these assets yang kita recognize on platforms that kita recognize. More often than not, people would trade in the dark web, and bila dia rugi, more often than not, dia akan datang ke SC. I rugi, half a coin, whatever the value is lah. And more often than not, it runs into hundreds of thousands. So that's where we cannot help you as much as we want to. Next. So where are we in terms of sizing? So this is also a snapshot where we were in 93, because SC this year celebrated its 30th anniversary. I know somewhere in the crowd, I think one of my colleagues, there you go, at the belakang tu, pakai t-shirt SC 30 tahun. Yeah, that you looking back. So we celebrated our 30th anniversary in March of this year. So back in 93 when we first started, the capital market size was merely 0.7 trillion. All right? And it has bukan doubled lah, 5 times grown into 3.6 trillion to what it is today. And our ADTV, our average daily trailing value, has gone from 1.6 to 2.2 billion. This is 2.2 billion tiap-tiap hari tau. Tiap-tiap hari ada orang beli jual. The average daily trading value ni is about 2.2 billion ringgit. Of about 3.6 billion shares lah. And the number of PLCs, public listed companies pun, has grown tremendously from 93 to 2003. You can see we have almost 1,000, and this is for a small country, for a rather small-ish market in Malaysia, which is rather impressive. So next. Okay, so these are your players lah in the capital market ecosystem. The players in the industry, your future employers, kalau adik-adik anak-anak berminat to pursue this path. So these are your many options, right? So our panelists in a bit will share their own personal journey, how they have moved from one to or the other, right? So next. There you go. Okay. So sometime this year, PMX also launched what is called Ekonomi Madani with the tagline Memperkasa Rakyat. So this is where capital market also contributes to this effort. Where we say Ekonomi Madani in the capital market sense, kita kata enhancing capital market to drive greater economic growth, inclusion, sustainability. So we have 7 FAs, 7 focus areas, as you can see on the screen. Enhance breadth and depth capital markets, strengthen investor empowerment and literacy, which I'll also touch a little bit in a bit. Sebab many of us, my family including, pun pernah ada pengalaman jadi mangsa scam. So it is important, as much as we want to enforce, as much as we want to go hard, we must also to take the soft approach. The soft approach being kita. This is really a sign. Okay. Okay, there you go. So we must. All right. Thank you. So we must really make sure that that all of you, myself including, tidak tertipu dengan with all so many scams which are ongoing. I'm not just talking about students, not just talking about orang kampung, not just talking about your papas and mamas on the street. Somebody, everyone in the crowd hari ini will know somebody who would have been scammed one way or another. And you have professionals, you have royalty, you have professionals, you have, all these industry players even, receiving calls ke telegram ke, you put in 100 in 3 hours, 1000. Despite every day kita baca in the paper seorang kena tipu, yet we allow ourselves kena tipu. So as part of our focus areas, we try to empower and increase investor literacy. So next. All right. Okay, and next again. So I will also speak very briefly on the regulatory landscape. So like I said, we have a market, and we want to ensure that those people in the market play by the rules. So that we have a market which is fair, which is transparent, which is efficient and stable, and is well regulated. So everybody knows what the rule is. Dan kalau you langgar any of the rules or the guidelines, the laws, there will be consequences, right? And this is in line with SE's mission statement. We want a fair, we want an efficient, we want secure and transparent securities and derivatives market. So to make sure that it's orderly lah, jangan kelam kabut dan sebagainya. And how do we do this at the SC? We have a comprehensive regulatory value chain lah. Okay, all right. So from every aspect, from every aspect lah, every stage, whether it's rule making. So there are departments in the SC which comes out with the rules, which does the assessment, and then when you apply for license, they will be your gatekeepers to ensure that you are fit and proper, orang yang betul-betul betul lah sebelum they allow you into the capital market. And once they allow you into the capital market, we'll do the necessary surveillance. We will pantau you and look and see whether or not you play by the rules. We will supervise not only the companies, the corporations, but also the market. Kalau kita nampak company ni trading katakan at this, tiba-tiba within a certain period, tiba-tiba rancak dia punya trading. Rancak only later to be discovered. Within days of the active trading too, they announce kata they either want to upsize or downsize, and we look at this very carefully sebab ramai orang akan ambil peluang. They know this company is going to do into something big, misalnya lah, they want to have this big tie-up dengan Tesla misalnya. Of course, you want to buy shares of that company, but only if you are in the company or you know somebody in the company who has that insider information. Kan? So if the company is going to do well, you might as well believe because you know the share price is going to go up. Or if the company is going to go down, tiba-tiba you can see a lot of people sell off their shares before an announcement is made. Then you know that, look, something fishy is happening or something bad will be announced. And these people dah awal-awal lagi dah jual. So that dia, as far as they're concerned, dia dah elak rugi lah. Alright. So that's when enforcement comes in. Right at the very end. Okay, so this is how it looks like at the enforcement division, which I lead. So we two main buckets lah. Kita siasat. We do our Ricky, kita siasat, kita pergi tangkap orang. Even pagi tadi pukul 4:30 pun, a team went out to tangkap investment guru pukul 4:30 pagi tadi. Kita singgah rumah dia and kita kata, jom balik ni ikut pergi balai. And I think this morning kita dah tuduh di mahkamah lah. So that's the sort of things that we do. Dan pendakwaan pun is also done in-house. Kita buat pendakwaan sendiri. Kita pergi tangkap and kita buat kita our own cases. So we don't rely on prosecutors from AG's chambers lah. So semuanya secara dalaman. So next again. Okay, so what are the powers of ni? I've been asked to also give you an outlook lah on how enforcement is done at the SC. So with the powers that we have di bawah akta, so we appoint investigating officers, of which Sadar Alif was an IO with the SC before dia berhijrah to greener pastures for better money, I hope. So we have investigating officers who are appointed. So these IOs have big powers. So they can force you to surrender documents, records. You can search premises. You can seize documents and benda-benda. Kalau orang tu kurang bekerjasama, you can force entry into the premises lah. Kan sometimes kita pergi ketuk pintu, bagi salam 3 kali, sometimes 5. They still tak nak bagi masuk. We will break entry, all right, and we'll do this, and we'll make arrests. So DSC kita ada juga 2 senior police officers who are seconded from PDRM, seorang daripada commercial crime, seorang daripada special branch cawangan khas, who also assist on the logistics lah kalau perlu. Kan kadang-kadang sebab these are corporate players, they have deep pockets. We don't know, what they have behind closed doors. More often than not, we are. Alif would tell you, we are often greeted by less than welcoming guard dogs. But that's the least of our worries. About they could be armed, they could have guns themselves. So we must always look out for eventualities lah. So we can also force people to surrender travel documents. Kalau kita rasa dia ada peluang untuk melarikan diri, kita tahan awal-awal. We can force them to come to record statements, and of course we can do arrests secara baik, of course, atau secara kurang peramah. Yeah. All right. So these. Okay. Next. So these are sort of offences that we normally investigate. So market manipulation, like I said tadi, insider trading. It's okay, it works. Insider trading, maybe you can have both mics here. No, okay. Insider trading. So like I said tadi lah, kalau ada company yang tahu they're gonna do good or go do bad, so they either buy or sell. You nampak dia punya market tu sangat rancak, so we know something is going on. Somebody is definitely getting some tip off from within the company. So we will do that analysis lah. Dan kalau ada kesalahan, kita akan dakwa. So the banyak these days would be our unlicensed activities lah. People who claim to be guru saham nak bagi stock tip lah macam-macam. We see them on Instagram, we see them on Telegram, we see them on TikTok. So these people, mula-mula dia ajak secara ni dulu lah, just to gauge interest. That's apa ni? A guru hacking into our. All right. So of course and scam cases lah. So scam cases we have too many. Daripada your Macau scam, your love scam, macam-macam jenis ada. Macam-macam jenis scam ada. So this is also a bulk of our work juga, because more often than not people call up the SC and kata dia dah rugi. Dia kalau rugi from an illegal platform lah, kalau dia untung dia tak call SC. Kan dia takkan call. Dia kalau dia rugi baru dia call. Saya dah letak 1 juta tapi saya call nombor tu dah tak wujud. Tapi masa the first time tu tak ada pula ni kan. Anyhow. So next, go this very quickly. So these are some of the people, agencies that we work with dalam dan luar negara, because more often than not we find ourselves, our suspects, our persons of interest are no longer in the country. All right, so conveniently, by design or otherwise, they left the country. And then we need the help of our partners in other countries, including the Interpol, untuk track them down and bring them back. All right, so this is my almost last segment. Next. So when I was in Perlis, I was asked to share an actual live case study that we had. So this happened, the arrest happened sometime this year. And he was also convicted this year, melibatkan an investment banker by the name of Charles Chua. So next. Rather young-ish individual, Charles Chua, if you can see on the screen. Okay. So he was, if you can see on the screen, he works with, or he last worked with Hong Leong Investment Bank up until April 2018. So what happened was, we were alerted by U-Mobile. All right, U-Mobile, that they were notified that they were offering this IPO. Remember I said the primary market to raise funds, kan? So U-Mobile wanted to raise funds, and this was through this Hong Leong Investment Bank lah. So number one, U-Mobile sendiri pun tak ada nak raise funds. So dia kata macam mana they are raising fund, dia sendiri pun tak tahu, and it's done by Hong Leong Investment Bank. So it raised some suspicion when they went into Hong Leong. Hong Leong kata nope, tak ada pun. So this itself is a red flag already lah. But it is done by someone in Hong Leong Investment Bank. So cerdik but not so cerdik. And we later found out he did this with many other companies, that these are fictitious IPOs, and he would go to all these investors, minta dia orang invest duit lah, only for him to later run away. So when Hong Leong found out about this, they called him up, they questioned him, they DI'd him, then of course he was terminated lah in April 2018. Yeah, 2018. Tetapi he didn't stop there. He continued to do what he did. Sampailah later in the year. So walaupun dia no longer working with Hong Leong, he continued to bluff and cheat people. So we were looking into section 179, if you can see kat bawah tu, or partly hidden, and this is fraud on investors. So next. Okay, so this is Charles Chua, very quickly. Okay, so yang ni kena next. Okay, there you go. So between April 2016 to March of 2019, way after he was terminated by Hong Leong, so he offered kononnya this IPO melibatkan 7 companies. Your U-Mobile, your Eon Credit, your QSR, semua IPOs yang tak wujud pun. Alright, yang lagi tak cerdiknya, he promoted this to his family members and closest friends. Either he really doesn't like his friends, or he really doesn't like his family. Sebab memang putus terus kawan dan keluarga lepas tu. And these people are professionals. They are not, your people on the street lah yang dia tipu ni. But because he was he was vice president of Hong Leong Investment Bank, so somebody that senior could not have easily tipu lah if he wanted to. So people trusted him and tipu. And then if you can see in the last bullet point, the top right too, we knew that Charles had unhealthy habit, and that is gambling. Why we know? Sebab every time dia dapat duit, withdrawals are always in Taman Sri Gombak. Kalau anyone here in Taman Sri Gombak, so sebelum dia on the way dia nak naik ke Genting, dia akan singgah untuk withdraw cash. So that's why we know walaupun he doesn't stay in Gombak, tapi dia akan withdraw duit in Gombak on the way up lah. So as you can see in the green screen kat bawah tu, he created all these fictitious documents and all. and then masuk dalam his own bank accounts. All right, next. Now, Charles Chua left Malaysia. Now, he ran with all the money, or whatever money was left lah. So, he was travelling from one place to another, and the places he went, semua ada gambling den. So, dia tak akan pergi tempat yang tak ada tempat untuk casinos dan berjudi lah. So, now that he's out of our jurisdiction, so we needed to get him back. We contacted Cambodia. Kita kata Cambodia, look, we have somebody we suspect is in your jurisdiction. Can you check whether he's asked for a license, because we want him back. So Cambodia check, kata tak ada. And we issued what is called a blue notice. Blue notice ni is basically war-war kepada dunia polis for you to have a look out. Kalau ada nampak dia, please let us know. Not so much arrest, but to let us know. So that because we were still trying to find out where he was lah. At the same time, we put him on PDRM punya wanted list, so on and so forth. At the same time, we ran to AG's chambers untuk minta izin. I promise 5 minutes. Alright, izin untuk mendakwa and got his warrant tangkap lah. Now, while we were doing all this, Cambodia arrested Charles Chua. Not for gambling, not for insider trading ke any capital market offence. He overstayed his tourist visa. Cerdik tapi bengong. Alright, I was going to say tak cerdik, but I heard somebody say bengong in the crowd, so cerdik tapi kurang cerdik. So he got arrested, and then Cambodia call kata, okay, we have him, do you want him? So at the same time, we had this extradition request that we filed, tapi that's going to take long sebab kita kena pergi bergaduh kat court and so on. Tapi since Cambodia dah tangkap and they've offered to ni, so some of my colleagues actually got on a plane, pergi Cambodia, sambut dia untuk bawa dia balik ke Malaysia. But because it's outside jurisdiction kan, so kita just pimpin tangan lah. On the flight, got him back. Sampai je KLIA, we affected the arrest. So tangkapan di KLIA on the 15th when he arrived. The very next day on the 16th, we charged him in Malacca and also in KL. But there was different places that he cheated people lah. Next. So he was charged for 17 charges. These are the 17 people that he cheated, and for which he was given 3 years imprisonment and a fine of 1 million for each of the offence lah. So it's still lama. So he is currently in Kajang with another prisoner. You and I may know. So so he's there for 3 years for tipu 1.7 million lah. So for 1.7 million, he went 3 years in jail, and he had to pay a lot of money back based on the 17 charges. So that is an example of how somebody of so high ranked up, a vice president of investment bank, tipu orang. But like I said, you know, it's us, the people on the street, who are also being cheated on a daily basis lah. So if you go to SC's website, we have all this investor scam page where you'll have all this, and you can also see which, in interest of time, I will not play you. Tapi there's a video that we've asked Siti Nohaliza to kindly, kan Siti kan mahal kan, nak buat iklan. So it was a quick 30 seconds iklan that we did with her to promote investor literacy, empowerment no lah, and it's not cheap. But because this is a CSR, community service, so dia ada bagi harga rahmah lah. So still not cheap, but cheaper cheaper than if we were to pay full price. So next, opportunities in capital market. This is my last bit. I will not venture into this too much because Puan Intan dah sebut tadi, and it will be further elaborated by my colleagues in a bit. But just to tell you a snapshot lah. Next. So seramai-ramai bekerja kat Malaysia ni 0.1% are involved in capital market. That's how small the community is. And CEOs identified ni lah, in the future this is where you want to be. Sustainable finance, digital assets, private markets. Less than 10%, below 30. Less than 40% are female. So we need more female to come in into the market. And you can see all that lah. So less than 2% has a CDS account. CDS account is a trading account. So lain daripada kita punya ASB. Now that's the extent of my knowledge sebelum ni. ASB. So less than 2% between 2024 has a CDS account. And so on and so forth. So you can see the opportunities are there. So last slide please. So yang ini pun Puan Intan ada tunjukkan tadi. So these are the areas where all of you, my future colleagues and industry players, will have a chance to be part of. You can become an economist, a fund manager, a trader, investment banker. In the digital world, we also need you. HR, legal, compliance, governance. There are opportunities everywhere in the capital market. So we welcome you. Habis your part 5 cepat-cepat. And then you have internship to do. And after that, come and join us in the capital market. So I know we're running out of time. We're supposed to finish by 11:45-ish. It doesn't give much time. So we can take questions later, or after the event, you can always come and ask questions. So thank you again so very much, UiTM Segamat Johor, for having us. Last but not least, please stay safe and be on the right side of the law. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So thank you, Mr. Budiman Lutfi, for your engaging and enlightening presentation. On behalf of audience, I want to express our sincere gratitude for your exceptional sharing on the topic. And before we go through, I would like to remind you guys that SIDC and SC is not a single corporation, right? But they work together. So after this all time, Akmal, I thought it was a single corporation, but it's not. But both of that is very important in our capital market.
Oh yes. Well, I thought was. I thought it's like the son of SCDC, you know, the rock band, the SIDC. But you know, we learned something. In actuality, yeah, I really you know, interested when Mr. Budiman said about the platform that SC regulates. One of which that I use myself, like Rais. You know, Rais has a features where you can invest pennies when you make a transaction. So back at home, I used to go to 7-Eleven. I buy an ice cream, and you know, I get to invest like 50 cents. And back when I go back at home, my mom always say, "Why always go 7E? Why always buy ice cream?" I say, you know, I'm investing one ice cream at a time. You know? But it's regulated, you know, Rais under PIB at the SC, so it's all good.
I also realized one information when Mr. Budiman shared about scams. And I think that it is very important for all of us to be alert of the news. And we can also read the news on SC website, I guess, about the acts and regulation and the current cases and all. So I need you guys to be alert of news, especially on Telegram. And I think we need to be alert of our parents too, because elderlies are usually the scam victims, right? Okay, so we will go to the next session. So I'll pass to Akmal for the next session.
All right, so we are back to our topic. We are now entering the last session of our event, where we will be honored by the insight and expertise of our speakers and panelists. So I would like to invite our panelists, Dr. Rosliza Mat Yatim, General Manager, Corporate Services Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia, and Mr. Alif Nur Haziq, our Head Equity Derivative, Bursa Malaysia Derivative. So, accompanied by our Mr. Ihon Chan, our respected moderators, partner Retrospective Discovery LLP. So, I would like to hand over the session to our moderator. With all due respect, please welcome.
All right. What's up, Segamat?
Oh, thank you.
Woo! Well, what a good crowd here. So please have a seat. Come. I'll keep it very casual. Please join me to welcome my fellow panelists, Dr. Rose from the Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia, as well as Alif, who has been many places, now with Bursa Malaysia Derivatives. So we're going to go straight into the question. I think you guys have heard a lot about the capital market. You know, it's very diverse. You know, all yang paling interesting so far that I've heard. I've been on few of these talks so far. Most interesting so far is Budiman punya job lah. Ada apa? Ada acah-acah CSI sikit kan. All right, so and as you know, capital markets is extremely important to our country, not just in terms of the investment side, you know, making more money for people, but also to actually it's the industry that keeps the engine of the country's economy running. You want when the PMX announced want to build apa jambatan ke lebuh raya ke, all of this kind of stuff relies on the capital market. Companies want to go big, want to scale up. You know, I draw tudung hari ni, warung je. Next month I want to become a franchise. Capital market is also where you go to as well to access those kind of financing to help you grow those businesses. I used to work with entrepreneurs, and for all entrepreneurs who want to grow their business, you know, these are also the people who we talk to help us get those financing. Orang yang banyak makan garam lah kan, according to Intan kan. All right, without much further ado, maybe we'll start with the easy question first, Alif and Dr. Rose. What did you study, and how did you end up in? How did you end up in your first job? Let's talk about first job first, lah.
Okay. Well, I studied business admin during the undergrad, and back then, because it was around 1997, right? I graduated around 1997. Came back, and it was actually a bad year to graduate. There is one big milestone that happened in 1997. Anybody can share what happened in 1997?
Oh, okay lah, tahu lah.
So that means you guys are really finance accounting student. Well done, well done. So it was a bad year. Yeah. It was a bad year to graduate in 1997, and unfortunately, you know, the whole employment opportunities, they just shut down. I mean, the doors of employment opportunity are just not there, because a lot of employers they were concentrating, because there are a lot of when the economy is facing crisis, not many of them are actually interested to hire. So I was one of the victims. You know, like, you know, fresh grad like you, just came back from UK, also excited, so gung ho, want to work. Oops. Send so many CVs, 200 CVs flying over. Sorry, we are not hiring. Sorry, we are freezing. Wow. What happened? So sad.
200 over, no?
Yeah. Back then, that time I think we internet. I mean, right now you have WhatsApp, all those things.
Dulu apply job would be more susah lah. Now just go LinkedIn, fill in the form, click, submit.
Easy apply somewhere now.
Oh yeah, easy apply lagi tu, click.
Yours just click, right?
Sometimes you even forget that, oh, I actually applied for this. Happens lah.
My time, I think maybe some of us can associate with that kind of experience, is writing the, you know, cover letter, the CV, fold, put envelope, and then post, right? That was my era. Okay, so anyway, to cut the story short, because I don't want to have the sign. Okay. Then I just ventured into different areas, so into the education industry. So I took a job as an education counselor, you know, with the British Council. So that was at least something quite easy, like, you know, because I was a fresh grad from UK, so I can talk about the experiences, so I can relate that. Then suddenly opportunities came from SE, I think, because as time goes by, economy recover. Then I venture into SE's job, right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Now I want to come back to your question because you asked me what did I study. So the first one I studied business admin. Then after that, after a while, you work. I think. Well, you are still young. Youth, because youth is actually at my, you know, I would say when you are young, you have a lot of opportunities. It's either you really wanted to collect those years of experience by working, or if you have a good opportunity. You know, I was offered scholarship. So I decided, okay, I want to study, you know, and someone is to Japan. Yeah. So wow, studying in Japan, first time Look East policy, because back then I think Tun actually mentioned about the Look East policy, and I thought, okay, why don't I try? You know, because like, you know, I was from the West. Okay, now I want to try the East. So let's see, you know, what's the difference, and opportunities was there. So I decided to study for my MBA, my master, and then continued because it's as part of the program, because I was also a Japanese government scholar. So I managed to extend until the PhD level. So if you were to ask exactly what did I study, I would say business, I would say finance, I would say econs. It's a bit of a combination lah.
But you also have an SCCA kan?
Oh yes.
Terlupa dia terlupa. Too many.
ACCA, okay, a story of the ACCA, right? Okay, I mean, I would say, well, I'm sure a lot of you guys, because you are young, right? Aspiring, like, you know, which path shall we go, you know? So I also thought, okay, why don't I also do ACCA? Because I could also go into the what do you call that? The auditing line, the accounting line, all those things. And ACCA, some university you can get exemption. I think your university, I'm not sure, out of the 14 modules you can get exemption, right? So since you already study quite a lot of subjects, if there is there are certain what do you call that, topics or modules that can be recognized by ACCA or waived, and that means you only need to take about 5 or 6 papers. So why not invest your time? And back then, because I can take 1 paper at a time, so I take my sweet time. And as you said, this is not something that I'm very happy about it, but I spent about 15 years to finish the whole ACCA. Because prioritization, it's just work prioritization.
Sebab tu dia terlupa dia ada SCCA.
It's just a knowledge, because like for me, when I took this professional qualification, it's for knowledge. It's not because I want to be an accountant. So take sweet time. You want to take the exam, sometimes then work requirement comes in, you have to cancel, burn your exam fee, etc. So you really have to spread out. So I did spread out about 15 years, sorry.
But not bad though, PhD, ACCA, MBA, semua ada.
Thank you.
So Alif, if Dr. Rose went from west to east, you are west je.
I west je.
Tadi Budiman mentioned something about Manchester.
Oh yes, so I'm a product of University of Manchester. I graduated in 2012.
You support Manchester?
I came as a United fan. I came back as a City fan.
Oh.
Okay, funny story. Sebab 2009-2010 was the takeover kan by the Dubai Group. So you can see that the stadium was like expanding, and then the ticket was like at the time, kalau you nak beli United ticket like £40, £50, and then student budget tak boleh lah. But City pandai. City went to the student council, student union, and then they offer like £5 tickets. If there's a like Europa League kick-off at 8, pukul 3 petang still jual tiket lagi. Then we can get naik bicycle and let's go kan. So you know, over time macam best juga. It's very when United was already like a global brand. United City pula was like very blue collar. You can see families bringing children to support the local team. They are a behemoth now, so memang tak boleh relate anymore. But that's how I see City lah. City was like a small project, and I became so big. So I was there during the
What did you study in the University of
This is not
Manchester?
football. Anyway, so yeah, I studied business. So actually, my first choice during my UCAS application was accounting and finance to University of Exeter. So every year, scholars would list down like accounting finance top 10 unis you should go. I applied for Exeter. Exeter was the top accounting and finance at the time. Second was Manchester. So long story short, I didn't get Exeter because of my not so good grades but then dapat second one, which is business studies in Manchester. So that's where I went. So I think some of you guys, you guys are already like investment management. Then you know that you want to be in the capital market again. At the time when I was 18, 19, I was like, let's explore as much as possible. I volunteered. I cycled from London to Paris. I did so many things, but all in the spirit of gaining as much experience as I could lah. Like Intan said earlier, just saying yes first and figuring out later. I think that helped pave the way for me. So back when I got home, I got an offer to become a trainee dealer in public bank. So I was like, apa ni in treasury? So like 2 or 3 days before the interview, I was like, apa treasury? So I Google and everything. Treasury is actually like the heart of the bank. You know, they manage asset and liability. And I was offered the position of a trainee dealer, corporate sales lah, essentially. So if you know treasury is what other people call like, these people they live in aquarium. So our department is always like that, macam glass door full of trading traders and dealers, Bloomberg everywhere and calls every time. So if as a dealer, if you tak angkat the call of clients and within 3 rings, and then you'll be like, call in lah, kenapa tak angkat? So you can see that it's a pressure cooker environment. So within 6 months tu memang I was like, there was a time where I cried in the toilet lah, macam, yeah, because my supervisor, why can't you do this? Why can't you do this? It's like kadang-kadang I did a lot of silly mistakes, macam you key in and then you key in order because let's say you execute an FX order kan, I want to buy dollar, ringgit kind of thing, and then I tersilap tukar jadi macam like pound, ringgit, and then at the end of the day baru before rentas cut off time, then you perasan, salah, how do I do this? So but my supervisor was kind enough lah, dia kata macam was like macam in the first 6 months before you confirm, you're allowed to ask as many stupid questions as you can, because that's where you learn. So I did just that, just ask lah, macam after 6 months when you're confirmed, we treat you like adults already. So I guess one of the key takeaways that macam don't be afraid to make mistakes lah, sebab nobody's perfect, and try as much as you can. And then so in corporate sales, I learned to manage clients. They trusted me to start holding bigger accounts, macam Khazanah, AIA Insurance, and I knew that I got the hang of it when these people, they actually requested for me even when I'm not in office. When they called in, Alif ada tak? I need to confirm my maturity. Oh, okay. So but I was also at the time I was eager to learn as much as possible juga. And when opportunities arrived for me to jump from corporate sales in FX to do Islamic fixed income, Sukuk and stuff in SME Bank, I took the offer. And this was always my mantra. If you feel that it's good for you, just go for it first. So that's what I did. So I am what HR would say a serial job hopper, or red flag lah to some. Macam I would always get this macam queries, but you've never stayed like too long in a company. How can you like measure your success at leaving an impact? And but I cakap lah macam in the first 5 years, I allowed myself to have all this kind of exposure, in which if I had stayed in one company, probably I wouldn't be able to do so lah.
So you jumped from what? You started in?
I started in public bank, in treasury. Then I went to SME Bank, also in treasury, but doing fixed income. I wanted to learn Islamic finance, Islamic side of things.
Yep.
So at the time, SME Bank was converting their assets to Islamic. So macam I was there in the process juga.
Then
now that by 3 or 4 years in the career, macam I had now I know lah. I think I want to be in capital market, sebab whenever there's a news headline, whatever, the capital market will always move first. There's a war in Iraq or something, then you'll see the index is wow, this like I want to be in the forefront of these things. I want to, walaupun in Malaysia, it's always like that. Macam let's say belanjawan, what stocks will move, any news that move the market. I wanna know that.
So you went to?
Then I went to
Maybank.
Maybank Investment as a dealer in the private client services. So the role is essentially execution of orders for high net worth individuals in terms of their shares and all their equity needs lah. Steep learning curve juga, because this would be like when the first time when I was assigned like a personal like sales goals.
Yeah.
Okay, this year you need to have this commission and stuff. But this is when the time I thought by learning. My clients were also like, oh, I want to know about all this, like say structured warrants at the time. They want to do call warrants. How do I do this? Then I get into. There were colleagues lah who moved on from public bank and went on to become somebody else also in the market. And then you maintain such good relationships, and they we collaborated. So in a foreign broker, they wanted to do. How would you say, seminars, and I would invite my clients, and then things would happen lah. So this eventually paved a path for me to become an equity derivatives trader in RHB.
You want to explain a little bit about what you do now?
Oh yeah, sure. Now over in Bursa Malaysia Derivatives, I head the equity derivatives department, in which the mandate is simple: product development and market development. So under product, of course, we're looking at futures and options. KLCI futures, KLCI options, single stock futures, and other innovations that we plan to bring to the market. In terms of the market development, essentially is to grow the trading space, especially in the derivatives market. Sebab people tend to shy away from the word derivatives. I think you mentioned also, kan, apa benda ni derivatives? Me too, macam I was like clueless, but once you get the hang of it, I think it's akin to equity juga, but of course different feel lah, I suppose. So in this kind of role, one of the key things that we want to do is, of course, to educate. We want to expand the trading base by having more people having futures account, CDS account, for instance. Uni students being able to grasp the idea of derivatives, and eventually charting away a career in derivatives market, which I can explain later, I suppose.
You want to talk about what do you do? Because you went from a big regulator to now it's called a self-regulator, is it? Yeah. So what does it mean? Yeah. What is your what does that organization actually do? The FIMM.
Okay. Before I start, because I remember Intan said, you guys as a newcomer into the industry, you should do some research, right? Yes, you listen. So did anybody research what is FIMM? Anybody? Hey, I am your future potential employer, One of them. So basically, it stands for Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia. We actually have dual role, similar to like what SC as well. So one arm is actually, we are a self-regulatory organization. When we talk about a self-regulatory organization, actually we receive the power from the mother, which is the SC. SC is the mother. Come down to the child, which is FIM. We are empowered under the CMSA to regulate the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement scheme. Any of your modules talk about unit trust and private retirement scheme in your school or in your uni? Yes?
Ada PRS, ada PRS.
Ada PRS, good. Okay, so that means like the subject is not alien. Then on the other side of the Daching, so basically it's a dual role. The other role is about the industry representative, because like we represent about 100 over what do you call that the houses which are the members, the asset management companies, the distributors of the unit trust and private retirement scheme. We have about 100 over companies. So on that side, we are actually the industry representative, where we are the focal point of any pain point that the industry face. When they talk about, let's say for example, sometimes certain policy that comes from the SC that cannot fit, due to some operational matter, we combine, we collate, and then we will liaise with the SC through some dialogues. So we are the middle person. Sometimes we also analyze, what can we do for the industry? So we do undertake some surveys for the industry. We also undertake, let's say, industry survey on the financial education, on the investment in the investment management sphere lah. So with that, like the dual role will help us in what could discharge our function under the Capital Market and Services Act. So it's a status, it's a recognition status, yeah. So now coming back, what do I do? That's the organization. Okay. So within FIM, we have three main divisions. So the first one is regulation. So this is where about similar to SC's enforcement, but SC big. Ours a bit smaller scale. So we do take sanction. We do revoke people from the registration, the recalcitrant who actually misuse or misrepresent about the unit trust or private retirement scheme. That is one of the element, and also we also do supervision. Remember, we also do supervision. We also do surveillance. All those things. So it's part and parcel of the SRO function. So that is covered by my colleague from the Regulatory Services Division. Then there is a second part where we have the Industry Services Division. So this one is anything to do about industry, the policy formulation, the professional standards, setting the examination, doing surveys, research. So all actually under that Industry Services Division. So the last one, basically, I take care of the house. Okay. So meaning that when we said taking care of the house, so I have people, our resources, they need to have the tools, they need to have the system, they need to be rewarded, good salary, etc. So basically, I take care of IT, finance, HR, and corporate communications. So that is basically the internal operation of FIMM. So I'm sure once you finish your study, so you want to look for a job, right? So you'll be looking at my division because HR is under my care. And we do have openings, and we do provide opportunities for internship on yearly basis. So feel free to visit FIMM website, read our annual reports, yeah? Make sure, do your homework. Before you go for any interview, read the annual report. So my suggestion or my tips to all of you as a newcomer, and also because I am also one of the interviewers, usually I interview a bit more higher level. I think you guys are entry level, so I will let my head of department usually will do that. So make sure you read at least the company's annual reports, just to get the feel. I mean, not to say to become clever overnight, but to get the feel, what does this company do? So that shows the interest that you have with this potential employer.
So you could end up becoming their employer or their regulator.
Yes, I could. Yes. So let's say, for example, some of you, if you join InvestED, you might go into the market player and they sell unit trust and private retirement scheme. Then you become under our purview. If you do bad things, like Cik Budiman, he will charge them. We will put you under the disciplinary process. So we have that enforcement power as well.
Did you stay in the regulator space because you found that is your passion? Or is that you found that is your, you found the right kind of balance in terms of that work, work-life balance in the regulatory space?
Okay, I would say the reason why I wanted to go into the regulatory space is that I want to do the right thing. Oh. It comes from that feeling, that motivation. When I graduated, I was thinking okay, where can I go, right? Then I was thinking and SC is definitely one of the potential employers that I target. I mean, I do want to have that exposure because I studied accounting. I also studied all sort about manipulation, the insider because it is the interest.
Fraud.
Yeah, fraud. And partly also my dissertation is also about corporate failures and fraud detection. So I have that interest somehow. So then I thought, okay, maybe I'll try with the SC. And when at that time, I think it was the former chairman ask, why do you want to join SC? He did ask, and I did tell him, like, because I want to do the right thing in the capital market. I want to make sure whatever things that they are not right, I want to either do the necessary correction. If doesn't work, if we have to use the rotan, if we have to use the slap, too bad. So that will be the last solution.
Yeah.
But if can, of course, we want to do engagement first, education, etc.
Whereas Alif, while Dr. Ross stayed in regulatory, you went all over, right? Yeah. So how do you know where to go next? Are you going to settle down now, or are you going to keep exploring new ventures?
I think I applaud to those who have found out their passion early on, final year dah tahu, I want to do this and this. But for me, I was a bit of a fleeting for a bit. I know roughly I want to be in the capital market, but at what role, what position, not so sure. And then 2 years into my role, I know that I'm quite okay with client management, speaking to people, communicating effectively. So I know that if suitable roles will come, then this would be my strong suit where I can at least shine I suppose. But I'm always open to opportunities. About I noticed that I spoke to my boss actually macam kadang-kadang when there was a real life instance macam there was a bank last year macam approached me, kata wanted to bring me in there, and then he caught wind lah, dia kata macam you come into my office, dia kata macam I hear a certain CV is flying around in the market, kenapa, are you not comfortable here? I just said lah macam at the time memang maybe the CV was circulated a while back, and then they only got to call me now, and then cakap, you know what, yes, it's all nice to keep looking for bigger bucks, because ultimately when we earn, when we have a role, when we pursue this career, it's all about paying our bills, right? Earning an income. But it's also somewhere along the way you must also know that there must be passion, or macam your guiding compass lah. Macam for Dr. Rose, memang dia wants to look into integrity, macam that's something that she holds dearly kan. Similarly also, because being in the capital market is a regulated marketplace. Memang nak tak nak, if you are in the capital market, you'll be regulated by certain standards. Even more so when you are in SC and Bursa. So it opens up my eyes that macam as a professional, you have to uphold these I guess values. But for me, the spirit of learning tu dia tak pernah win lagi. So I really wanted to learn lah. But right now I think Bursa I've stayed I guess joined longest than my first company. So
how long?
This will be third year lah.
Third year is the longest
Yeah, but now the consideration is even more lah. Macam you have a really good working relationship with your boss. You are developing a team. You can see the bigger mission, macam national bidding agenda kan. Macam all this capital market master plan that you want to champion. You want to groom this younger generation to. So you ada purpose tau. Bila ada purpose, you semangat to do all I'm doing this penat-penat pun that I know that there's a big result along the way. Kalau you tak nampak during your lifetime pun, probably in the next life, once you retire ke, then you'll see I did a bit on this lah. Yeah. I think similarly macam when I was NIO, investigating officer dekat SC, the cases can be so complex. Even after you resign, probably a new IO will take over, and it will still be carried on. So I think the joy for IO like myself last time is to see the news headline kata, this Mr. A and B has been charged because of this. Do you know that to get to the headline, it was work in progress for many years, 3-4 years, building a case, presenting to prosecution in which Mr. Budiman oversees, and actually going to the court. And yeah, this thing is actually very rewarding at the end of the process. But of course, throughout, memang a bit painful lah.
It's like a big fat Chinese man we know that's out there somewhere that we haven't brought back yet many years kan.
Yeah. I'm not in a scene anymore, so I cannot comment.
So I think a lot of people in this room can relate. You will, when you start your career later, you will end up either being like Dr. Ross, where you stay in one lane or one, you have a what's the word? A guiding way already lah, that you know you want to stay in this. Or you might end up being like Alif, that I want to explore, I want to learn new things. Especially with digital technology, it has changed the industry as well. It disrupted the industry. It democratized the capital market. Last time only rich people can participate in the capital market. Now you and me can participate in the capital market. So what are the new development or advancement or disruption that's happening, and what is the kind of roles that you're seeing appearing now that didn't exist before? I know data analytics is one big one. 10 years ago, there's no such thing, right?
Yeah.
So what are the other jobs that is new, and how do you see that, what kind of new jobs that will exist even further with all this new development and innovation?
I think for macam asset management industry, I think right now they are looking for programmers and people with like analytics and in the digital space essentially, because now when we move into robo advisory thing, and then and firms are looking into setting up digital banks. They're looking into project managers. They're looking into intelligence, business intelligence kind of role. So it's not limited to just investment and finance anymore. In fact, during my time point, there was a biomedical student who became a dealer. But so the opportunity is aplenty. There's one thing you learn in university, but there's also the willingness to learn beyond what you've learned. That is one of the roles I noticed, but maybe Dr. Rose can explore.
I think within this asset management or investment management industry, and also as part of your course, I'm sure you do some financial modeling, right? You do some projections, some forecasting. That kind of skill set is important. Let's say, for example, another area, I mean, this is when you ask the question, what's coming up, etc. I think even in my organization alone, I am encouraging my own people to start learning Power BI. The business intelligence. I mean, these are like, you can go to YouTube, that is about the capabilities of looking at the data, mining it, and preparing some form of dashboard. If you have that, I would love you to come join my company, because these are like some of the skill set that I actually push our resources during COVID time, because sometimes during a bit of low time, I actually push them or put them a challenge to learn something new. And the digital knowledge, etc. These are, which I think a lot of people talk about, quite high level, the generative AI, all the saying, yes, it's coming, which I think some of the companies already use that kind of machine learning, etc. But let's say at our level, in reality, we have to reflect in reality, our company is not as big. We still use the normal Excel, etc. But the analytical thinking part, the modeling part, the analyzing how from the raw data, transform it into some form of reports, something meaningful visually. That is actually the kind of skill set that I want to see in the newcomers, the newbies.
So I think what you're saying is that they're able to data to a certain extent is kind of useless, right? Unless you know how to analyze it, you know how to churn it into something that is useful. Barulah the data is useful, kan? And that is the part where it's difficult to find people with that skill to do that.
And I wanted to add something. This is actually a proverb, but what we are talking about, there is a proverb that said, repeated use of data becomes information. So you see the stages, the transition from data. So many sometimes it's noise, so many line item, but if you don't massage it, you will not see it as an information. And repeated use of information, it will become a knowledge. Then suddenly you find certain insight in that information, etc. And repeated use of knowledge, it will becomes wisdom. That's where it comes naturally to you. You can foresight, you can see. So data, info, knowledge, wisdom, it goes that way. So this is the no, it's not mine. I don't take this quote. It's a quote that I believe, and I think I've been living on this proverb, which I think it served me well, and I could see the progress.
I think it's really interesting in the sense that we know that this generation, you guys, the Gen Zs, are very different to our generation because when our generation advancement is quite slow. Technological advancement also, development was quite slow. For you guys, I think in the last 10 years alone, there is AI, blockchain, which gave birth to cryptocurrency. All the P2P, peer-to-peer thing did not exist before broadband.
Nope.
Our time, there's no broadband. So all of these things that you see, all the new things that pop up, did not exist during our time. So your time, you have to catch up even faster. The whole staying curious, trying new things is going to be even more. I want to briefly touch upon another very important thing that has emerged in the business world, which is ESG, environment, social, and governance, right? Does anyone want to attempt to explain it in the simple form? And then why is it becoming such a big thing in the business world? And I know that for a capital market especially, it's now slowly going to become enforced that everyone, all players in the capital market has to have some kind of ESG strategy.
Yep. Okay, maybe I'll approach that first. I would say sustainability is the new keyword lah. You go backward a little bit, a bit of ESG. It became the backward a little bit. You go backward a bit. It's all about corporate sustainability, corporate CSR. So it started from there, evolve, and now it became the sustainability aspect lah, the ESG. And you can see it is the in thing that is happening in the industry, and also thanks to Gen Z, which I think a lot of you guys are believing in the save the planet, having a good ecosystem, etc. Right? So, and we are also becoming. We also have to come up with some kind of a framework to make sure. Corporates, when you run business, usually if you just run business for profits, it might not be sustainable. So you have to find a way. Yes, profit maximization is the rule of the business, but you also must give back to the society so that it becomes sustainable. And thanks to Bursa, especially for the PLC, I think you guys are really set the tone there. And recently, if you follow the news, the international standard, on the sustainability coming soon, and it will be effective next year. So, and thanks to Bursa's the listing requirement for a lot of companies, the PLC, it will be made mandatory by end of this year. So that's watch out on that space. But generally, I would say, because you guys study accounting, right? In short, I would say if you have studied about integrated reporting, that is kind of similar. I would say that is sort of the end outcome that you will be there lah.
So integrated reporting is basically the output of the ESG indicators and date measurement and so on. Yeah,
correct. If I can share a bit over at Bursa, I think we've been monitoring the sustainability space for a long time. In 2014, we've partnered with FTSE Russell to introduce this FTSE for Good Bursa Malaysia Index. Way before ESG is coined, we were there monitoring the sustainability side of things. In fact, as SE also has the framework of SRI, Sustainability and Responsible Investing. In fact, our Tan Sri chairman was also talking about, he was a champion for ESG for a while. He was of the opinion that Sharia investing, value-based investing and ESG is actually one and the same. It will converge at one point or another. And it's even growing now sebab I think 5 years ago, if you were to Google sustainability manager role, I think tak banyak. Now everybody's looking for a sustainable officer, sustainable standards officer, or compliance and sustainability risk. So there's a whole new branch for you to explore, and I think interesting time for you guys lah to learn. In fact, kalau you tak learn sustainability as a whole, you can always take macam CFA, CFA ada this what you call certificate in sustainability in ESG, and it's very marketable. You can use it, to actually apply for a sustainability role. Over at Bursa, as an exchange, of course, we have to champion this also. We have the sustainability reporting. Recently, last year we launched Bursa Carbon Exchange to answer the Madani call for carbon neutrality and by 2050. So if you are in the next few years, if you have found a pathway towards this kind of pun bagus juga, macam it will be mainstay for a long time. So but it's not enough for you to just get profit, like Doctor said. You have to be ethical. You have to align with your moral values as well. Macam if you buy a clothing brand yang yang ada labor issue kan, then it won't sit well with you lah. So sekarang activism in the retail space, you as a client, as a customer pun strong enough to move the needle. That's why asset managers pun dah macam, let's do a sustainability framework sebab there's a growing demand for this. Sebab kalau tak, last time macam you can do like greenwashing, whitewashing sikit kan, and the report stuff. But now it's like memang betul, you need to do it sebab otherwise collectively as a society we will bear the consequence lah in the many years to come.
I think even now we're already facing the consequences of climate change, right? I mean, more rain, crazy hot weather, and so on and so forth. And I think I brought out a really good point, is that ESG also, although for some people they see it as like, more work to do, we have more investment to put into the company to comply, but actually also open up new opportunities for all of you guys who are maybe interested in the ESG space as well. With that, I want to move to a question from you guys. Can we guys get the microphone ready? Any questions from the crowd or the one at Dewan Kuliah 2? Ada question at the back there. You kena lari cepat kot. Jauh dia kena lari. Okay, sekarang memang soalan ada. Siapa sih?
Testing. Hi and good morning and welcome to UiTM Segamat. Welcome to Campus Symphony Alam. Alright, why Symphony Alam? Because there are many monkeys, there's trees, there's lakes. That's why we call Campus Symphony Alam.
Monkeys on the campus ke monkeys
outside the campus?
Outside.
Yeah, outside the campus. Alright. My name is Ismail Ilham. I am an investment management student. And I am also the Student Representative Council for UiTM Segamat. Alright, just now Mr. Budiman said about Jason Chua has a bad habit going to Genting for casino. But nowadays people say that Bursa is also like the Genting, but the halal version. Alright, so may I know from your point of view about this issue and how we retail traders can be in the market as for the harmony and also the secret of the market. That's all from me. Thank you.
If I may answer that from Bursa point of view, very good question. Thank you so much for asking. Like I said, one of the things that we in Bursa educate, especially to the younger generations, is awareness and education. Hence, we've set up our platform, Bursa Marketplace. Bursa Marketplace is like a free online resource for you to learn all about trading, and from beginner up until advanced. Seminars, webinars, and upcoming events, you can actually look at Bursa Marketplace and you can sign up. It's free. So all this education effort and outreach, where we go speak to university students as well as the retail public during InvestMart, for example, the main idea is that to go into the capital market using your own real money is not fun and games lah. It's like memang use your money. Family ties can be broken if salah labur, duit lebur kan. That was the theme last year. So first and foremost, I get the impression that kadang-kadang people say, Bursa is like macam masuk je rugi. But I think if you come in with the right knowledge, technically and fundamentally, I think you can also see a lot of success stories in the market. And just maybe I can share also. Even before you use real money, to go into Bursa Malaysia and invest and trade, why don't you explore some other avenues? If I may highlight that, over at Bursa Malaysia Derivatives, we have this event called Derivative Trading Virtual Trading Challenge, where you are given a a virtual capital of 100,000 ringgit, and you can, over the course of 1 month, you grow your portfolio using your virtual money, and at the end of the 1 month, you are ranked, and based on your performance during that 1 month, you are given real money. So that's like a win, right? So you use virtual money to get real money. So I mean, essentially as a form of education lah, just to get a feel of the market before you actually go in.
What's it called again? Virtual
DVTC, Derivatives Virtual Trading Challenge. And secondly, we have this program called FTAP, Futures Trading Apprenticeship Program, also supported by CMDF, Capital Market Development Fund, where we have 9 intakes over the course of 3 years, where you can apply and you are going to learn with the best traders in Malaysia. It will be like a 14-day program where you have 2 days of physical learning, like fundamentals of trading, especially in derivatives, and a 10-day stint over at Bursa Malaysia Trading Arcade. So we have developed a new trading arcade with all the 6 screens. I don't get that opportunity. So you will, with real-time data, and then at the end of the course, you can either become a full trader yourself, like self-employed, or you can actually apply for a role in any of the proprietary firms looking for talents like this. So just to answer your question, betul, silap labur duit lebu, but education must come first. Sebab if you come with the right knowledge and well equipped to trade, I think insyaAllah you'll get you find your bursa journey better lah, I suppose.
I think I just wanted to add on what Alif mentioned. You mentioned about what bursa trading is the halal version, right? So first of all, you as an individual, an investor, you must ask yourself, why do I want to invest? That's the first fundamental question. If let's say you can put the money, you can put saving in your FD, or you can jolly, or you can put somewhere else. And when you talk about gambling, when you trade in bursa, I mean, of course there are a lot of companies, and there is a difference between what you call a real trader and speculation. So if you are a real investor, definitely you will be studying, looking at the annual reports of this company, how good they are fundamentally, who's the management, what kind of dividend they pay, any negative news or not. So you are trying to understand about this company. And I don't think you will simply throw money, if the company is not doing well. So just to come back to the question that your comment about whether it was halal or non-halal kind of thing at a bursa trading, right? I think once you understand your motive or your motivation for investing, when you, let's say for example, you want to invest to grow your wealth, your money, etc., then I don't think it's as a non-halal activities lah. It's about looking after your future investment. So,
and it's really not gambling because you have to do a lot of homework to know which or where to place your bet.
Unless you really go into bursa trading platform, tekan tembak. That one, yes. That one is what I call gambling lah. Just a pure speculation.
So there's a question from the other room. What are the most popular capital market career paths? What is the job that people usually start with? And then can you describe a typical day in the life of a capital markets analyst?
Okay.
Neither of you are an analyst.
Well, I am not an analyst, but okay, maybe I would share a little bit because I saw in Cik Budiman's slides, there are various career paths in the capital market. You can start with 7 regulated activities kind of function or role. So let's say, for example, I think Alif was the futures broker representative, licensed dealer. So he's FBR kan? And then after that, you have the dealer's representative, which is for equity, he's for derivatives. So that in the regulated activity of dealing in securities and dealing in derivatives. Then there is also another regulated activity that talks about investment advice. So investment advice are usually researcher, the research analysts. These are the ones that will look at the company fundamental, try to do some prediction, whether it's a buy or sell kind of recommendation. So that's the IA route of the regulated activities. Then you also have people who are into the corporate finance. These are the one who helps company to analyze, to do takeover, mergers, like, buy over kind of thing. So that is actually another regulated activity, which is corporate finance. Then we also have fund management. Fund management, these are the one who, where it's a collective investment where the investor give money that you have to look at opportunities, how to get the most return. So that's, grow the money, which is fund management. And then I think you also have financial planners. Financial planning, which is also another route of the regulated activity. These are the one who usually will look at the customer's risk appetite. What do you want to do? How do you want to plan your life for the next 10, 20 years? So there is a different regulated activity called financial planning. And I also saw the Cik Budiman slide. So those are regulated activities. Then you have the digital aspect, right? The digital component, the DEX, the market operator. So that is a bit of a registered kind of activity. If I were to talk about career opportunity, there are many branches. Many branches. We have marketing rep, we have trading rep, so many branches. But at least I think about 6 or 7 regulated activities are core. Now your question about what is the role as a CMA, right? Capital market analyst?
Yeah. Capital market analyst, yeah. Describe a typical day.
Typical day of a capital market analyst. So in short, we are talking about a research analyst lah. So a research analyst, generally they will be in the firm trying to sort of understand, let's say out of 1,000 over public listed company. These companies, some of them are very good buy, some of them very, time to dispose. So how do you come up with this kind of recommendation? So there must be fundamental analysis that you have to analyze their performance, who's the management, etc. So I'm sure you might have seen the research reports, right? So typically that's how they.
Yeah, dia macam buy side and sell side. Like if you're a buy side analyst, you are doing research on behalf of your organisation. I think in this case macam asset owners, like PNB or Khazanah, kan, they want to buy equities, they will look internally into their research team. A sell side analyst would be the brokers lah. Macam, I think you should. They go to companies and they kata you should go buy into this company because this. A typical day would involve a lot of credit evaluation. If you do fixed income, kalau equity, they'll just look at the financial health lah. And because reports are generated every quarter, kan, so they need to be prepared to hear the earnings, kan, the earnings results. So and make recommendations. And of course, over time they are measured based on their accuracy and their consistency and I guess reliability lah of their reports. Pathway, after a few years in analyst, you can be promoted to become a fund manager because by then you already have your, I guess, fundamental knowledge on the market. Now it's time for you to execute pula fund size level lah macam tu. You can also stay in research, become head of research, and that will be valuable juga sebab bulletin utama or BFM would call you and ask you for your opinion. Rasa macam best lah. But of course you have a lot of responsibility juga lah, because your word cannot be your buy. It's not a buy call, but it's what they think what the market is.
People rely on what you say, what you advise.
And maybe just as an extension, like usually after head of research, many years, and usually I think the highest level that you might go is about being an economist. It's towards that branch. Usually.
Any other question from this hall? Yes. Yeah.
Ross. Tak apa. It's okay.
Dr. Ross, I have a question. Since you are one of the directors that will be interviewing students for some times, so are there any red flags or like common mistakes that students always make that when they do, you always you and the other interviewers will say like, okay, we reject this direction.
I'll just repeat the question for the whole next door so they can understand. So the question is that usually when you interview fresh grads, what are the red flags and common mistakes that they make that you straight away know?
Okay lah, I mean, I would put it a different way lah. Rather than negative way, I would put areas for improvement, yeah? A bit of politically correct kind of statement. So usually when we hire newcomers, because we know that you don't really have that many kind of experience, so we cannot really go on the technical skill set, but we'll be looking at the personality, the character, the communication. So for me, when I interview a newcomer, communication is key for me. When I ask certain question, I also want to know, like what Intan said. First, I'll be asking you, why you want to work in film? So at least you must convince me, you must tell me that you have an interest. So that means if you have done a bit of a homework, you might say, okay, film like this, and so, and my interest, So, okay, pinpoint. So I give you a point there. And then the other thing is that, we also will be asking, because you are a newcomer, what can you bring, to the company? Well, it depends on what you say. A typical or the one that the kind of answer that if a person who can talk, I mean, I'm not talking about BS, right? If you do BS, we were here, we would know as a senior person lah. Tapi when your story of why you would fit into this organization, even though you don't have much experience, you must show that you are keen to learn this. You want to explore that. And if you have some of the experiences, let's say, in some clubs that you have shown some leadership, demonstrate that. The other thing is that, because you were saying what are the areas for a newcomer? I would say, because it's just a 1 hour session, whatever that you tell me, it has to be convincing. Because sometimes, and also, your character. The part when you talk, one of my advice is that just be humble. Be humble. Don't try to be cocky with the employer. Because employer, of course, you can be confident, but not cocky. So when you mention about your achievement, etc., try to be humble to say that I really wanted to explore this. I want to and then from there we will see that this boy is genuine and he really wanted to learn. And then from there, as an employee, we will start thinking, okay, which department can I expose this person to? So
can I just fairly say that you guys would what we're looking for usually is to look at your niat dulu, and then also your your capability. Then baru we think about where to play. Baru look at your technical part, kan? So you have been successful in securing many different jobs. Maybe you can share some tips juga lah.
Yes. And then I think it has to be genuine. Macam kalau there are certain things, certain skill sets that you cannot do, kan? Begitulah kata at this moment, my modelling is not up to par yet, but I'm willing to learn Power BI in the future if you give me the chance. Contohnya macam you are offered a strategy role, kan, but you've never done strategy before, but maybe product management kan kata, I don't have any proper strategy framework experience yet, but I'm enrolling to a masterclass next year, which will help me equip to this role. You have to convince that kata macam even though you have some shortcomings, you have the solution for it, and this would make you macam seem resourceful, and the willingness and the right attitude for you to actually excel in this role. But ultimately, of course, I just want this role so that I can prove myself. Say yes first and then figure out later. But the figuring out tu, you have to macam back up your word lah. Kalau you promise this, make sure you be able to do lah. Even at the time belum lagi, but be sure to do your homework, and okay, when I get the role, I will do my best. And I mean, the general attitude tu penting kot. Macam you have to be, I think kalau macam stiff sangat, macam malu-malu sangat, susah nak correct from you, kan? It's a bit difficult lah. You have to relax a bit. I think practice would help. I think in the beginning of my career, I selalu buat macam mock interview, sama ada one-on-one di cermin ataupun with friends lah. Ask me hard questions, I want to answer. But after a while, you go through so many interviews, you macam roughly know lah, they want this. Be sure, make sure that your communication is clear and effective, tak payah drag on too long. I think you win the crowd lah, I suppose.
I think it's finding the balance, kan? Because on one hand, you want to stand out, because so many people are applying for the same job. You want to stand out, but you still have to come across as being humble, willing to learn, wanting to learn. You're about to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say tips. Because you went through quite a couple. I also went through a couple in searching for jobs, right? There are website that talks about top 10 question, top 20 question. Please read. At least just to get the feel. Sometimes the question doesn't go so far away from one employer to another. So generally, they wanted to see why you wanted to join, your personality, your communication, whether you can convince me or not, I can understand you or not, and whether it fits the profile. It's just that.
So in the interest of time, I'll take this as the last question, or I'll combine these two. Quick one is, how does FIM regulate investment manager? And she loves your laugh. I love your laugh. Another question is, what creative approaches are organizations doing now to close the skills gap between the employability of recent graduates and the growing need for skilled labor in the dynamic capital market? I think that's the last question. Interesting to say that right now, most of our fresh grads are not employable because they lack soft skills and they do not, the skills that they have after they graduate is not meeting the employer's expectations. So what are the creative approaches that organizations are doing to try to bridge that gap, apart from InvestED.my, of course?
I think kadang-kadang maybe some organizations do this lah. Mobility within organization. Sometimes you are onboarded for a certain role, but after 6 months, macam a bit difficult. Can do, tapi maybe you are better suited to another role. Some proactive companies will actually macam relook at your profiles and kata, okay, why not we put you in a different department to see if it's something that you can do. So skills gap memang kadang-kadang you can't get like in the first 6 months. Kadang-kadang it's like so new. You just have to be given a chance. I was I guess a product of people giving me chances, and when you are given the chance, memang you can take it and utilize it lah. Sebab you think about it, macam in the interview session, you have 60 minutes to sell yourself to the company. It's like an elevator pitch, macam what makes me, actually hire me kan. It's in short. And then when you are in, it's the first 6 months pula. The milestone is just to prove that you belong there. In 6 months, not a lot of things are expected from you, but you have to be able to deliver what's required lah. I'm sure most companies are quite, reasonable in terms of the expectations. First 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. A senior person would be expected to do more and know more. And in terms of skills gap too, what you can do from organizers, I think in Bursa we have this Bursa Go web where we have a lot of resources and courses where you can actually do in your free time. There's required training program also. I think most banks would require this just to make sure that your core competencies are up to date. So even if you join, belum lagi tak apa. But then during your induction period, your first 6 months, there will be like courses on risk management, courses on client, engagement and stuff. It will be like for you to utilize lah. Be sure that by 1 year, or by even if it's not its first 6 months, after 1 year you'll be able to stand on your 2 feet and function as required lah, I suppose. Yeah.
I would say the assimilation skill set. Because it's like, when you join new company, of course the organizational awareness is very important. That means you need to know who's who, what, when, where, kind. That one is your own effort. You cannot I think HR can only spoon feed you as much. They can tell you during the induction this and that, but at the end of the day, the whom, what, where, when, all those, the 4 wives and 1 husband kind of question, you have to do yourself. You have to go and talk. Don't be shy because you are new. When you are new, as I think somebody said, you are allowed to make mistakes. It's okay. We understand because you are newcomers, forgiven, no problem. But just don't make too much, too big blunder lah, because you are fresh. But you can make mistake. Keep on asking questions. Don't be shy. Because I do have like some of the newcomers, even in my company, like we do have some interns, very quiet, very shy. Because I say if you are shy, it's to your own disadvantage. You will not learn anything. Take that opportunity because you already 1 feet there. And employer, I think, or your supervisor, whatever, they're always willing to share. Always willing to give you jobs, all those things. So make use of the time. Make use of the time to learn, to ask questions, and always be hungry. Not hungry for food, hungry for knowledge and experience. Because you are young, absorb everything like a sponge at that juncture because you are new. Sorry, my phone. Because you are new as a new resource. Thank you. Sorry.
Capital market people, kan? Busy people.
No, sorry. Because you are new as a resource, so as I said, because I remember Intan stress just now something about I don't like after 6 months. Come on, like tak kenal maka tak cinta. So you have to really learn, get to know about the organisation at least, and that 1 year bond for me is just you close one eye, like pejam mata celik, already 1 year, very fast. So my advice to all of you, learn, pick up as much as you can. The first 1-2 years to whatever lah the experience, be positive, negative, take it, because you are a blank sheet of a paper. How you put the color is up to you. So that's my advice.
Just really quickly, how does FIM regulate investment managers in Malaysia?
How do we regulate? Well, we have our supervision team. We also make rules. We also have a component of rule making, which means people who wants to market and distribute unit trust, they have to follow our FCR, which is the FIM consolidated rules. And in our rules, we mention what are the criteria, etc., what you should do. We have the code of ethics. When you market the unit trust and private retirement scheme, you are also dealing with people's money. So as I think you mentioned, I think being in the industry or capital market, integrity is really key. Because people have to trust you. They're giving you money, for you to manage. So do not break that trust, because if you break that trust, it's either Cik Budiman or even my company will come behind you and slap you. And then you don't want to be the laughing stock, where you see your name published, name and shame on the website.
Budiman's case study.
Don't do that. Don't go that. So I just don't hope to see, say for example, some if there's any errand consultants, etc., right? Because we can see sometimes the profile. I don't want to see them from the UiTM Segamat, please.
All right, so if I can just quickly summarize our conversation, our dynamic discussion so far. The number one, capital market is huge and diverse. Regardless of what you study, there is a job opportunity for you in the market itself. I think that the market is continuously evolving. The whole industry is continuously evolving as well, especially at this generation because of technological advancement. Now we have 5G. We don't know what kind of new innovation that's gonna happen when 5G really take off. Because when broadband came along, that's when you get the P2P, you get the blockchain, everything became possible, right? So there will be new opportunities, new crimes as well, new opportunities, there will be new jobs and so on and so forth. We discussed several new things already, the AI, blockchain, those kind of stuff, but also ESG itself. Sustainability is another whole big other industry. Derivatives, we didn't get a chance to go into, but that's futures and derivatives is another big, complicated, interesting space as well. But whatever it is at your age, you can be the top student on your paper. The technical skills is important. The technical knowledge is important. But at the end of the day, like Intan mentioned, both my panelists has mentioned, how do you stand out apart from the technical part? It comes down to your soft skills part. How do you communicate? How do you negotiate? How do you present yourself? Proving to employer, how do you think? The way you think, the way that you come to solutions. How do you convince them that you're being genuine, that you're curious and continuously hungry for knowledge, especially with all these new advancement. When they say, there's this new thing that came out, I know a little bit about it. I know a little bit about blockchain. I know a little bit about AI in my industry or in my area as well. That helps you to stand out, and that helps you to, be more competitive in the employability market, right? And you guys are very lucky because you have InvestED.my who help you accelerate in that kind of, in getting you into the market, in the job market, and also giving you that soft skills. You have InvestED providing you with the soft skills that they know you need to succeed in the capital market. So you guys are the lucky ones, especially being here as well. So that is your investment this morning coming here. So the return is, if you guys manage to get into InvestED My, korang nanti datang lah chat-chat dengan Intan. Intan, remember me ah, this is my name, ingat ah, nanti aku apply tu, nama aku ni, ingat ah. That's how you get into this kind of program lah kan. Like Alif said, as long as there's opportunity, go for it. Say yes to it, and not just say yes. Sometimes you have to convince the people to select me to get in. Kan? So with that, please join me to thank my panelists, Alif from Bursa Malaysia Derivatives and Dr. Rhodes from Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia. Thank you very much, UiTM Segamat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Segamat.
Wow, what an interesting session. So now please join me in giving a warm round of applause to our incredible speakers. We truly appreciate your time and effort in sharing your knowledge and expertise with us.
So before we go through, I would really like to know how's the environment in DK2? Maybe you're not with us right now, but I hope you are well there. And even though you're not with us physically, but you're with us spiritually. If you can see me, hi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all of us to have a photo session together for memories. Therefore, I will welcome all UiTM boards, Securities Commission boards and members to have the photo session. And students, please stand freely on the stairs to fit in the camera, or else you won't be in the picture. Please welcome. From the left side, you can get to the center, and from the right side, you can also move to the center. Please stand up, everyone.
Student at the side, please try to fit into the center as much as possible. It's okay. Just for the photo session. Try to fit in as much as possible. So, stand up. Don't be lazy.
Yang tengah. Yang tengah boleh duduk. Kiri kanan je bangun. Fit in.
Okay. 1, 2.
Okay, stand by.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, my love.
Okay, ready? Camera sini eh. Okay, smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thumbs up satu. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more sini.
Okay.
Masuklah, baik you guys masuk juga.
Okay.
Thumbs up. Okay, lompat. Okay, video.
Okay. Wait. Stay in your place. Kita akan buat satu video which is I say UiTM Segamat, you guys cakap is invested. Boleh? Kita practice sekali boleh? Okay, I try lagi. Okay, UiTM Segamat is invested. Okay, tu practice saya sini. Okay, ready ya? Kuat lagi. Bagi pecah ni. Apa? Oh, kamera UiTM belum tangkap gambar. Ya ke? Alah, gambar dulu. Freestyle.
1, 2. Okay, one more. Thumbs up. Alright.
Okay, ready for the video, okay? Remember, I say UiTM Segamat, you guys say is invested. Okay, we will start in 1, 2, 3. UiTM Segamat is invested! Woo! Thank you guys. Selfie, selfie.
So, in every beginning, there is an ending. A great thank you for all the guests today for the time contribution. With that, we end our event today. My name is Akmal, signing off.
And I'm Fiza. Thank you, everyone. Maybe we'll meet again soon. For all the VIPs, you can go to the VIP room for lunch. Itadakimasu. Hello? Okay. Okay guys, jangan keluar dulu. Please scan your attendance and after this kita ada scan untuk e-certificate juga. So make sure you scan. Kalau ada apa-apa masalah, tak dapat ke, boleh contact balik dengan our team members from 5A, okay?